Good afternoon, good evening, and good day. Good morning to those of you on the West Coast. Perhaps I need to set this thing for like 1:20, 1:30, and then just try to get here at 1 o'clock, and then some days will be early. That might be a thing. Let me. Oh, great! This thing can't find YouTube. Oh, I had a typo. And the phone is in between the mouse receiver, so that won't work. Let's move it. Don't have a lot of room to move. Let's move it away from the receiver. Let's move the receiver over a couple ports. There we go. And welcome back, mouse. Is that direct enough for you? Good. All right, so now let's correct our spelling error. The letter T in there. There we go. This show brought to you by the letter T. Let's go on over to content and live. Then we're going to go to, let's edit it to make sure that it's set up straight. It's not. It's a live stream. Done. It's not AI. No. Save. We'll go over to customize. And live chat replay is already turned on. So maybe I just did half a job. Okay, let's go on over to the studio and see that it's working. It says live. But is it? Who knows? All right, so our audio is set to, well, for the extra spaces, it's set to the phone correctly. Because it didn't connect to Bluetooth, and I had to manually do that for some reason. I'll see if there's an auto setting for that. Let's go on over to sound. And it's using the multi-track. And this thing is using either the stunner or direct. Direct. No filters. Well, it's not entirely true. It's got some sort of what do you call it? Not like voice boost, but just it's got like a pleasant effect. Highlanders in the YouTube chat. Hello. Good to see you. And looking forward to today. And are you on deck or just YouTube at the moment? I thought I sent you a DM. Let me send you another one. It took me like 8 tries to get the space going. That's why instead of being just 3 minutes late, we were like 10 minutes late because I had to open and close YouTube, or not YouTube, X, and then start the space, stop the space, start the space, go into the spaces view. For a product that stands to make them the most minutes spent in the app, they really should get it working on all platforms. So there's Highlander, there's Slimy, and there's Robert. Let's invite them. And let's see. There we go. And I'll invite Anders. He doesn't like to speak on these, but he might want to listen in on, well, however he wants to join in. But I know he likes to be there, so I'll invite Anders as well. I just saw him there. And there's Highlander, so we're going to invite him as co-host. And we'll let him speak while that happens. And there we go. We're all spun up. Patrick, howdy. It has been a minute. Good to see you. How are the kiddos? Yes. Okay, so I didn't actually pull any stories together today. Robert sent a bunch of messages I had not had a chance to check out because the kiddos were in rare form this week. And I didn't even get much of my school done this week, so I've got a lot to do with that today and tomorrow as well. Motoko's got a big day tomorrow. She's going over to the Children's Hospital to get a procedure done, and we will see. Hopefully that all goes perfectly smoothly. It's our first one, so we will wait it out and see how it goes. We got to get up at we got to be there at 6 in the morning, so we got to get up at like 4 just to make sure, because trying to get everybody all lined up, it's not that easy. Then we've got, like I said, I didn't pick out any stories today, so we're gonna find some stuff and just talk about it. First, let me tell you what my Legacy Model X did the other day. So after our show last week, we had some heavy rains, and for some reason, this car that's been through a hurricane several times, because it's almost 8 years old. I guess it's almost 7 years old. It had its first rain damage, which is like, what? And I'm assuming rain damage, but this also could be back in 2019 at this very spot where it's parked right now. It several times in the late spring, early summer, decided, this charger's not good enough for me, and there's no power coming from it, even though it was perfectly good. And the volt would charge off of it. Well, did I have the Volt 19? Other cars would charge off of it. And, well, it decided there was no power. But let's answer some of these questions, and then we'll get back to that story. Patrick says, what do you do on your stream? So normally we talk about self-sufficient home energy, like solar and wind and hydro. Batteries are very important because it doesn't do any good to be able to make your own power if you can't use it if the grid goes down. We talk about electric cars, and a little bit of like self-sufficient food. Like we've got, don't have it running right now, the hydroponics garden. We've got 6 of them, and 4 or 5 for sure. I think there's 6 of them. And then we've got the whole pot garden we ran out back, and not in flower pot garden. In fact, that one's coming back regardless. My dad wants me to go and rescue a couple of them plants. We shall see about maybe tomorrow evening after Moto is done. We can. Highlander dropped down. Let's bring him back up as co-host again. He disappeared. Let's bring him back again. There we go. And so just a little bit of self-sufficiency, not like a prepper situation, more like what can you do to reduce your costs, make a little income, and just kind of by accident or by byproduct, do what's good for the environment. And because I like clean air, but it's not always my number one priority in running through life. It's always up there, top 10. But sometimes safety, cool tech, any number of motivations for these things. And like I keep telling people, doing the right thing will either save you money or make you money, and so there's no need to be afraid of it. Highlander says, I accepted co-host. It won't even allow me to say anything as speaker. Yeah, so I sent a fresh invite, and maybe close and open your app. I didn't have any updates to mine this weekend, so that doesn't mean that you don't have any updates, but check to see if there are any updates before, and that should do it. Highlander says hi to Patrick. Good to see him. And like I said, this car has been through hurricanes, and while plugged in, is the only time I ever unplug it for weather is icy weather. Simply because every time I park it somewhere, it's always on an incline. And I saw, before we had Sentry Mode, I saw a couple of Model X's. They got big feet, like real big feet. The rear wheels are 275 millimeters across. And then the fronts, depending on which one you have, your fronts are 265 or 255 across. Yes, every Model X is staggered, except for if you've got the winter tire kit on. The winter tire kit is 19-inch square. Don't ask me how that works. I think what they did was they took Model S wheels and tires, and they said, "There's your winter tire kit." Uh, I think you lose towing capacity on the winter tire kit too. But so in the wintertime, it's so heavy. It's the minimum weight is like 650 pounds, and is that right? 6650. Mine is 6969, and the last one was 4848. So no, not 6969. 5858 or 5959 for the X, because 4848 was my S90D. Anyway, there's the X is just so heavy that it's able to, in the right conditions, it's able to melt whatever you might have happened to park on top of, as far as like ice and snow. And so before we had Sentry Mode, I saw a couple videos of X's that just kind of rolled into a home or a vacation spot, and then they sat overnight or part of the night, and next thing you know, they go sliding down the hill, and then most of the hills were kind of a dramatic slope, but not all of them. And well, mine is a moderate hill, and then I didn't want to see it slide, and then while it's connected to my house at 100 amps under the garage door at that, rip out my garage door, rip out the 100 amps, and then destroy the charge port. And then when we were up in Virginia for a while, I saw a couple of people there in the local groups even who we had Sentry Mode by that point. They showed us the recordings of their Model 3 and later a Model Y on just the slightest, like a parking lot incline, like you'd find at the top of a parking garage, just enough to get the rainwater to run off. And the car's just parked there, and it's just a nice, bright, sunshiny day after the snow, and all of a sudden, the car gets to moving. And it's a very dramatic clip in the video. It's like it's rolling, and you're like, wait a minute, that car is still plugged in. You can see the cable has some slack, and then it no longer has any slack, and then sparks because it's still live, and yeah, that looked expensive. So I didn't want. So basically, the only time you really see me unplug it during any sort of inclement weather is during icy weather. All that to say, this regular old thunderstorm, I had it plugged in, and as I said, back in 2019, it's had a couple incidents where it decided the power wasn't good. I don't know that was the case this time. It didn't look like it until I get to the end of the story. It could be the case, but I still don't know. So about the 11th, that was the Sunday, we had the storm, and that was the last time it showed a charge in the log. And for some reason, I keep the key in my pocket, so I guess Motoko was climbing all over me and Makoto while we were in the chair. I was burping her or something, and she must have hit the alarm, not the alarm, but the key fob twice, because I see on the camera that the car is parked under. I see the door pop open. Well, before we even check out the camera, Moto is obsessed with the mailman, and she said, "Oh, there must be a package. There must be a package." What she was actually hearing was not the Amazon driver's music. She was hearing my music, and the door had been open for several minutes, and every Tesla has a decent sound system, but the ones with the premium audio more so, and this one's got the premium audio. Don't let anybody tell you if you like music and sound, and don't let anybody tell you that, oh no, you don't need, it's still good enough without the premium audio. It's great. It's good without the premium audio. However, if you ever sit in a car with the premium audio, old or new, and yours doesn't have it, yours will be ruined for life. You'll be like, man, mine is not that good. And I love music, or my talk radio is very important, or whatever it is that you're listening to all the time. And so don't let anyone tell you, oh, Highlander is requested. Let's approve. Let's add a speaker, and let's add as co-host. So don't let anybody tell you if listening to stuff is important to you that, oh yeah, you'll be fine with the without the premium audio, unless you're never ever going to ride in somebody else's car.
Mic check on X, please.
There you are. Yeah, so that goes for you too, Highlander. If you see one pre-owned and if music or audio is important to you, take a look for
Robert just popped in on X.
Hello, Robert. Good to see you. Let's invite to speak as well. So if the audio is important to you, don't skip that, new or used. And like I said, it is fine. If you've never heard anything else, this will be one of the greatest car audios you've heard, unless you've done custom audio to your car, even on standard mode. Problem is, the second you step foot inside of a premium audio car, the standard audio will just, why did I let them talk me into this? Yeah. So just a just a one little regret from my Model S, the one. Well, that and the 6-door handles for the 4 on the car that that I had to replace. But that was an engineering issue. So anyway, we had this rainstorm, and it was not anything crazy. There was like none of the sideways driving rain. There wasn't a lot of wind. What we did have that was more different than typical was we had some incredible lightning, and so we had one particular blast that I remember before all of this went down. It hit, and then the sky lit up like daylight for a few seconds. I could see it through my closed blinds over here, and I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." And then about 10, 15 seconds later, like I had already recovered from the shock of just daylight outside for a second. Then just the loudest, most rumbling, banging thunder I'd ever heard. I let out a couple expletives. I was like, "Oh my goodness!" Oh my goodness is not an expletive, but in that amount of space, this is the stuff I said. And I was like, "What the GD?" And thought nothing of it because nothing flickered, nothing blinked, and turns out on Tuesday, when the door opened because of whatever reason, and that the car had stopped charging. The car had a nice, not even a ring, it had a blue crescent because some of the LEDs in the ring around the charge port have gone out for whatever reason. And they looked a little like they had little droplets in them, like I've seen on some of the earliest Model S's with the oldest charge ports, where they would just get like you go through a car wash the wrong way or something, and then they have little droplets all around the LED emitters, the LEDs themselves, and so you'd have this like water droplet effect around what should have been a colored ring, either a white ring or a blue ring, red ring, yellow ring, green ring. And when unplugged, when it was trying to show a white ring, mine was showing a rainbow in the parts that would light up. So it was about half, from like 1 or 2 segments over like past 12 o'clock, so like 1 or 2 o'clock, until about 6 o'clock.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
What did the Tesla Service Center suggest?
We'll get to that one a little bit. So the when it's unplugged, it was showing a rainbow instead of a white light or a blue light. Blue really is when you go plug it in and it's doing the handshake, and the white light is so you can see the hole. You can plug it in, and before we get to the rest of that, I was like, well, why was the door open in the first place? And we went back to the cameras and checked it out. And thankfully, this particular camera had the microphone turned on. And I heard toot toot. And that particular chime means that I just did what you asked. I've opened the door. Here we go. Let's go for a ride. The reason it was surprising is that sometimes when I don't take my key out of the pocket and we go get the mail and we walk past the car, the door will pop open and say, "Hey, let's go for a ride," like a puppy, and you say the word "walk" to the point where we're gonna start spelling, and then you worry that your puppy may learn how to spell his favorite words because he likes walk so much. And sometimes it doesn't notice me leave to go get the mail with Moto, and so coming back from the mailbox, it'll pop the door and try and go for a ride. But usually, by the time we get through the storm door, it's like, oh, like a sad puppy. We're not going for a walk right now, and it shuts the door. But a couple times a year, it doesn't. It just leaves the door open, radio going, air conditioner going, and either I get a text from one of the monitoring apps, or it's I hear it, like I hear the compressor going on the air conditioner, or I hear the radio just pumping away. I'm like, oh, that's not right, and then I manually tell it to close, or I go out and I just push the door closed, and it doesn't beep for that. It just says and pops open. And so since it said doot, doot, that tells me that it was probably when Motoko was trying to overload my lap with when there was already a child in it. Like, oh, my turn. Okay. But anyway, so we found out why the door was open. But the fact that the door was open is why I noticed that the charge port was showing mostly blue. And then just off on the others from like 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock on the dial. And so I unplug it, plug it back in, it stays blue. But while it's unplugged, it's showing a rainbow ring. That's not right. It says check charger power, no power supply. So I open the garage door, and the high power wall connector, Gen 2, showing green. Okay, well, you're green. Why does the car think there's no power? So I hit reset on the side. I almost never have to hit reset on that thing, like maybe once, twice a year. Reset, nothing happens. So I go to the 100 amp, turn it off, because my car is old and it has a high power charger. And my wall connector is even older because it was made installed for Model S. But we had planned to get the dual chargers because you could retrofit and upgrade back then, and Tesla would do it for a fee. But at the last minute, we took the money we were going to put in the dual charger and put it in as an order fee for Model X, which I think was a good move. But with the dual chargers, you can do 80 amps charging. And to do 80 amps for hours, electrical code says you must derate it by 20%. So we have a 100 amp breaker for the wall connector. And then this car is 8 amps shy of the 80 amps. It does 72 amps, which is still really, really nice. You can plug it in at like 0 and be at your set point within 4 hours, which is just incredible. The new ones can't do that. They do it at 48 amps is the most that they can handle, and thankfully they're more efficient, so you get a similar amount of miles out of it, but you don't get a similar percentage of charge. Just like, yeah, let's roll. So anyway, the wall connector showing green, and reset did nothing. So I turn off the 100 amp breaker, wait for all the signs of life to go away, and it just sits there for a minute, like, I can't believe you turned me off. And then the lights dim and they turn off. And I'm like, okay, turn it back on. It goes through all that self-check, looking like a Cylon with the different colors and the different positions of the LED, because it's like a streaming effect while it's charging. But when it's ready to go, there's a green at the top or green at the bottom. There's just a single green point. And so it goes through, does its checks, red, green, yellow. Or maybe it's just red and green, and then the way that it goes looks like a yellow, but I think it might be red, green, and yellow. Finishes up. There's one point where it has 2 green lights. We've got the one green at the top or bottom, whichever it's supposed to be. And it's just sitting there like, let's connect a car. Well, that's never good. Let's go back to the car. No power. That's not good. Maybe that lightning storm from a couple days ago took out my onboard charger, perhaps. So I go into service mode. Everything is green. Please plug me in. You're plugged in. What do you want? High power charger is on. The battery is good. The contactors are working. The pumps are all fine. There's not a single error there except for DAS. The driver assistance computers are not talking correctly, or there's a communication breakdown. Basically, I don't know if this is all of them, but on the hardware 3 legacies, those computers, they are not always talking to each other. They're not always there. They seem to be there whenever I need them, but there's just a persistent, hey, I missed my partner. This is always in the service logs, and it's rarely not there. We've got Square Foot Gardening by Mel Bartholomew. That's a good idea, Highlander. I need to look into that one. And still having issues with X. They dropped out and memory rebooting. Gotcha. Let me make sure that this thing is still on because the screen turned off. All right, we're good. And so anyway, everything checked out in the service mode, and that's when I got to thinking, well, this is really not normal. So let's. It was at 55% because it hadn't charged since Sunday, and I have cabin overheat protection, and we're starting to get into summertime. So we're looking at 80, 90 degree Fahrenheit days in the interior of the car. You can easily get over 100 degrees. And with cabin overheat protection, they say around 100 degrees. On the legacies, it's 104 degrees. And so if it goes above that, it starts to turn on the fans. If it can't keep that up, it starts to turn on the air conditioning to bring it down. And the cynics will say that that's because they were using non-automotive grade parts, and it was to keep the screen from leaking, this, that, and the other. Not really, because they had been through so many screens before then that wasn't really the case. It helped with that, and it certainly when I had the Tesla, what do they call that alarm system? But it was a real alarm system that had a sonic sensor in it, and when you activated that, it would turn off cabin overheat protection. But Sentry mode would turn on the alarm system. So when I was parking on the top of the parking garage in DC at a high security facility, it would cook my car. So I had to go through and change a couple different Sentry mode drives because they just couldn't handle the heat, and I had to also get the UV treatment done to the screen because it cooked the screen to the point where I got a yellow ring around the binnacle in front of the driver, the speedometer cluster, and the big screen in the center. They've got these ugly yellow rings around them. And so Tesla developed a UV treatment. They basically like the nail dryers that they use at the nail dryers, the nail curing thing that they use at the nail salon. They put a couple of them in a box and then made it so that they could clear out the ring around the screen. And just two things happened with my local service center at the time up there in Virginia. One broke, another walked away. Like it went with a mobile technician, and it was never supposed to leave the shop. And then they had one left that also broke, so that one was waiting on repairs, and they fixed it. It took many weeks before I could get an appointment for the glow-up treatment, and it worked perfectly on the center screens. There's no ring on that thing anymore. But I didn't realize that there was one on the binnacle, and so the edges of my binnacle are just like golden color, and you can only catch it on the right days. But it looks like a certain guy with a comb over wanted his his binnacle to have gold on it. And oh well, because I'm not gonna bother them about trying to get a UV treatment on that. Although it's too late now because we got the appointment on Tuesday, and I bet you they don't have the equipment in this facility because it's not really supposed to be a service center. It's inside the state of South Carolina, and South Carolina doesn't believe in direct sales, and they don't believe in manufacturer repairs. So, and by they, I mean their car dealer benefactors don't believe in it. So the politicians also don't believe in it. I can ask if they've got it, and maybe another time I can get it done. But anyway, cabin overheat protection can use the air conditioner. It will use the fans, and it drains some juice. So the car was sitting at 55 degrees, or 55 degrees, 55% with the door open because it hadn't charged since Sunday, and this is what, Tuesday, Wednesday. And I think, well, let's go to the supercharger and see if that solves it, because the supercharger doesn't use your onboard charger; it bypasses it. And the car just told me that not only was my onboard charger good, that also the contactors were all good. So unplug it, take moto. We go on down to the Charleston supercharger because it's the closest one to where it's parked right now. And we get there about 30 minutes later and plug in. Nothing. Like, oh, that's really disappointing, because what I had hoped to do was go charge it at the Charleston supercharger, and then around that campus they've got a couple different free level 2s, so I could see, okay, this is probably my wall connector, because that's what the app said when I went in, and the app was saying, hey, your home equipment is busted, it's garbage, don't use this. Yeah. My home equipment says it's fine, but you guys made the car. Let's go see who's right. And because the Gen 3 would tell you, hey, this is exactly what's wrong because it's got Wi-Fi, and you just dial in and read its codes. But the old ones, that wasn't a concern. And so plugged into the first one, nothing. That's really not good. I unplug it, and I'm like, well, maybe it's this supercharger, because I shook the handle, and the one on the right was like wiggling. I'm like, well, that should, one, be just a solid pin, and two, there should be a guard around it. Neither one had a guard around it, and the one on the right facing it, so its left, was all wiggly. And I'm like, that's, maybe this particular supercharger stall is busted. So I unplug it, hang it back up, go over a couple more stalls, plug in again, and this one had looked fine. Nothing. Also, when I had arrived, as I pulled up, it said don't use 2D because it's broken. So I didn't use 2D. It looks like it's fixed now, because yesterday 2D had somebody on it. But back to the first trip. So then finally I go over to the last stall on the other side. This is a V3 native. So it's V3 stalls and V3 cabinets, not a V3.5 with the V4 handles and everything. So I go to the last one, and the this one looks like it's been run over a bunch of times, but aside from just missing a chunk of the plastic on the outside, the pins looked fine, and the guards around the pins, they were fine. So I plug in, and the car says no power. It said no power for all of them. So that first scary looking one was probably okay, even though it looked scary. I said no power, and later I found out why. It looked like it'd been run over a bunch of times. The pin to hold it in place is no good, and so it fell off and hit my car in the bumper. Thankfully, I've got the paint protection film on it, and it didn't scratch that either. But back to, I plugged in on that last one. I go and I change the wheel size to 22 inches in the computer, which causes it to reboot. But not just reboot, like, because I can reboot it by holding down both scroll wheels. But that's a soft reboot. When you change the wheel size, it kills the power, and it changes the wheel TPMS sensors to be expecting a different thing. Odometer, everything to be ready for 22 inches. So it comes back up, doesn't do anything with the charger. I changed it back to the 20-inch sonic carbons that it's wearing, so it matches the picture, but also the wheel size. And it comes back again. Nothing. Please check charger power. But instead of showing me a supercharger as the icon and saying there's something wrong with the supercharger, it shows me another picture of a Gen 3 home wall connector and says no power. This is definitely my car and not the onboard charger, not the home charger, and not the superchargers, because I just did 3 of them and I didn't do the one that said don't use this one. And so I open up the app and I start to schedule service. And they're like, hey, have you considered hiring an electrician to check out your home equipment? I'm like, yeah, I'm going to hire an electrician to check out your equipment. No, thank you. And so then it took me a couple minutes not minutes, it felt like minutes, a couple moments to figure out how to get that stupid thing dismissed. That's part of their new AI service thing. We talked about that on the Tesla Life show. And got to dismiss, and I'm able to then do the regular service. I'm like, well, I want mobile service because the car has now less than 55% because I had to get back home. And it had, 40 something. So I turn off cabin overheat. Sentry mode is already off if I am parking it under a camera, and it's parked under several cameras. So no need to burn that kilowatt hour per hour. Is that bad? I don't think it's that bad. It's a lot of power though that goes into Sentry mode on the old cars, and if I've got more than one low-powered camera that's already active and recording and doing all that stuff, why waste the extra power? Especially when that's power that I could either be reducing my electric bill with or selling to the power company, because we got solar on this particular building, and so they're like, yeah, you can come in on Monday in the state of South Carolina. I'm like, oh, really? That service center is good for something because they can't do oil changes. Not that you often change the oil on a Tesla. It's rare. They can't do tire rotations. They can't do tire changes. They can't do anything that looks like a quick lube shop. But also, they can't do a lot of stuff that would be done at a car repair shop either. So I was like, whoa, we found something they can do. And then the car's like, I can get there with 7%. Well, that's not enough for me to be comfortable. And so I texted them like, hey, I'd really prefer mobile service, and gave them the details about what was going on, what happened in the past. And they said, oh, okay, we'll take a look at it. They came back and they found out that the pilot signal. So on J1772 and Tesla Level 2 uses J1772 signaling. What that does is there's a pilot signal, and the station and the car tug at it with resistors and pull ups and pull downs, and they signal how much current they can pass. They signal whether they're ready to go. They signal if there's any sort of wiring faults, and his official diagnosis was weird. He was getting weird signals, and so I was like, well, that's comforting. And so at that point, I told him about reminded him about, I don't remember which, about the wetness inside the LED ring, and said maybe it's full of water or something. But again, this car's been through several hurricanes while plugged in, and this has never been an issue. And then this rain, I went back to the cameras and checked. Never did the whole sideways thing. It was always mostly straight down, and there was no driving to it. And then I thought, well, the batteries that are on this building, I have 2 sets, and one of them was yellow. Although yellow is usually for recharging, but it wasn't recharging. It was just yellow. And the other one was green. In fact, it's at 90% right now. I like it to stay at 80, and normally I'd switch it, but I just changed all the power on this desk. So that would be off of my power strip that I have these power towers. They got a nice little green circle on the top, but when the power goes out, they don't auto back on. They stay off. So this one's not a problem because I've switched it to one that's got a toggle switch, but the networking gear is still on the power tower. And I don't want to go stand up and recover the internet. So since we're only pulling about 200 watts to that particular circuit, we'll or making about 200 watts with that particular circuit, I'm not going to do it. They're saying about 4 hours to full, unless the clouds break. Anyway, I told him about the lights and said, well, maybe it's full of water. Or maybe that thing is back from 2019 where it's just deciding that, oh, it's there's no power, even though there was. But then come Thursday night, we had some trees fall on the power lines feeding this neighborhood. Power was out for like six hours, it felt like. Might have only been 2 or 3. Because we didn't notice it first. I heard some beeps, and I didn't realize that because the power is very unstable here for whatever reason. And I figured it was just some of the usual transitory, because I heard a couple beeps from the oven, and I heard some clickovers from the equipment here. And they weren't because I was switching to solar. And then it started to get really warm. The air conditioner is not on the backup here, and but it was running. The fan was running because the fan is on the backup, and that really trips it out. Not doesn't trip it out. It's fine. It trips out the thermostat. Doesn't understand the idea that the fan could be powered, but the air compressor could be faulted. The furnace, the gas furnace, is on a backup because it's only 120. Everything 120 except for the girls' room and one other 120 appliance are all backed up. None of the 220s are because the air conditioner was too strong and would fault out both units. So we switched it to 120 mode to get more circuits. Anyway, switched that off of recharge by just taking it out of the load, turned it back on, and it went straight to green. Well, maybe it was electrical. This was before, with the yellow, was before the thankfully it was before, because I needed that battery, because our 120 load is enough to get up above what one battery set can handle if we don't know the power's out, which we didn't. So we were in there cooking, and yeah, that was the stove and the oven aren't on it, but they're 220. We're in there cooking in the microwave, the air fryer, we got all the fans going, TV's on, all the lights, and we didn't know. So it was using both batteries. So thankfully, I realized the yellow was there. But so as I'm seeing this yellow, I'm thinking that perhaps the car and the house got zapped, but the whole house surge protector is still showing green, and none of the computers freaked out. The computers hate the dirty power here. So when we do have instances of dirty power, they just switch over to their internal batteries, not even using the batteries for the house. And that gets fun because trying to convince them to come up off of that battery, because they only have like 16 to 45 minutes that they can run, depending on which battery and which computer. It's like, hey, it's good. Yeah, like, is that good enough for you? Okay, let me switch the whole house to battery for you, or not the whole house, but the whole room to battery for you. That way, because then it doesn't get any cleaner than that. It's coming from a DC source, everything. But that's neither here nor there. Anyway, so the whole house had been out of power for a couple hours. Power company texted me, oh, it was a tree. Oh, okay, thanks. And since I didn't know, I'm usually one of the first ones to report power out. And they got me like, we got you this time, son. And later on, they said it was we expect power to be back on at 5:30 tonight. So, oh well, I'm gonna get off work because it's Friday night, and so it was Friday that went out. Then it's Friday night, and I was like, yeah, it's too hot to work. I can cut power, 16 hours of power, but I'm not going to sweat through this on a Friday night unless something emergent happens. And they said, yeah, you've been here all day. It's like 30 minutes to the end of the availability hours. Just call it a day. We don't need everybody here right now. So, all right, good. I'm going to go sit under a fan We do have 2 portable AC units, but the thing about heat pumps is they just move heat. So we would need a place to put that heat. And, well, it would just be like in a hallway or something because the hoses aren't long enough to go out a window or whatever. That's a good idea, though. We could use some foam and make a window unit insert. I think I need to work on that as a project, make 2 of those. So we got 2 of the EcoFlow. We got the EcoFlow Wave Original and the EcoFlow Wave 2. And they just came out with the 3. The 3 just seems to just have better stats on the 2. It's still a heat pump, whereas the Wave Original is just an air conditioner heat pump. It's not a heat and cool heat pump. But I wasn't about to go find those in the storage area and hook them up. Anyway, so power comes back on. We hear the oven beeping and screaming because that's what it does. So, power goes out, it goes, and then it cuts the beep because it lost power. And then when it comes back, it it's like, oh, the power's back, and the oven is annoying us again. Well, then I get a text from the car. Charging. Huh? What? You're charging? Great! That's great. So let me just not touch anything. But while you're charging, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the app. I'm going to slide you from the 80 that I've been keeping you at. I'm going to slide you to 90. That way, if for whatever reason you don't make it, you can overshoot the 80 at least. And if you don't come back, we'll have enough to both go to the surgery and get the car to service up in Columbia. Well, it reached the 90. It took way longer than it should have. It took or felt like it took. I didn't look at the timer, but it felt like it took about 5 hours. It could have only been 3. 3 is fine. 5 is slow. And while I did look at the graph yesterday, I did not look at the duration. I was looking at the quality, and it went to 17 kilowatts and held it. So I know that the onboard charger was good. And I'm guessing it was doing like some battery balancing or topping or whatever, because the miles were covered and the charge rate and everything. They were doing this like a saw, and not like a smooth sawtooth, but like they were. It was a weird pointy little graph, and I did not think to look at the duration, but it was at least 3 hours. So then I said, well, okay, it reached 90. What we're going to do is in the morning on Saturday, we'll unplug it and replug it, see if it picks back up. It did. I was like, all right. So now what we'll do is I'd missed the mailman. Let's go to the post office and hit the drop box. Did not know that around here, probably everywhere now, that they close the post offices at noon on Saturday. Like, I could have sworn on Saturday it used to be 2 o'clock for the post office. And then apparently that changed sometime, probably around COVID. And so I'm looking around for a box of the late pickup, because most of the boxes, the blue boxes, they stop their pickups about 30 minutes before the post office closes, or at the time the post office closes. I was like, what is this garbage? Found one that closed at 4. Grabbed Moto and the mail, jetted on over there, dropped our mail in the blue bin. Came back, plugged in. Boom, it's charged again. I was like, okay, great. When it gets to 90% again, we're going to go to the supercharger and see if it can supercharge. Not that I need the superchargers at this point for what we're planning, just going to the surgery, doing our daily runs, and getting to that particular service appointment. Getting to any other service appointment, we need the supercharger, but not entirely true. To get the Charlotte service centers, we need supercharge. To get the Savannah Savannah service center, we come rolling in on static, but we don't need the supercharger for that. We just charge to a high level and then ride it out. Hope there's no wind. Hello, Motoko.
Mommy opened the egg.
Mommy opened the eggs.
Yeah.
Oh, your egg you got for your prize?
I want to play for it.
I know, but she don't touch the green.
Gallery.
What?
We need gallery too.
Gallery. All right then. What? Anyway, so we don't need the supercharger for the next couple of days, except for I wanted to see if all the functionality was back. And I did note that the water droplet effect that the old Model S's have when they get wet in like a car wash or whatever, that was not in the charge port anymore. But it also wasn't before the power went out when it was still not charging. And while that day and every other day before that I noticed this, I was trying it. There were 2 or 3 instances where the wall connector went red, which I've only seen a handful of times in the time that we've had it installed here. So I flipped the breaker because hitting reset did nothing. Flip the breaker, flip it back. I'll tell you why it went red in a minute. We're going to look at the Tessie app, which was thankfully logging all of my codes, because this code never showed up in the car. Well, I say it never showed up in the car. This code was never showing in the car when I looked at the codes in service mode. Anyway, the ring had been free of water droplets for a few days, a few hours at least. It was no longer showing that when we did the charge, and some of the segments had come back when we did the plug unplug. By the time we finished, we'll go to the supercharger. Supercharger says there'll be a wait. Then the supercharger says, "Oh, there's one open." I'm like, great, and that one open stayed there until we were taking the exit to get the supercharger, and it says there'll be a 5-minute wait. I'm like, oh crap! We get there, and there's a Model 3, Model Y, and another Model 3, all waiting. I was like, oh, that's not good. So we reverse into just an open spot near the superchargers, and we said, okay, we're going to go in and get our pizza. But then the first Model 3 peels off in a huff. Oh, great, now there's only 2 people. So I get out of the car, and I get Moto out, and I'm like, hey, we're just here for 2 reasons. We want to see, because the car wasn't charging AC or DC, we want to plug in, see if it handshakes, see what it does, and grab our pizza. And it looked like everybody was going to take a while until this Model S opened its trunk. And then I was like, okay, maybe they're going to leave soon. And they were just doing it forever in the trunk. Whatever. I told the person, hey, well, we're going to get the pizza, and then when they come back, we'll, if you don't mind, if we cut you just to plug in and see, and then we'll be out of your way. Well, as we were walking over, the Model S closes the trunk and leaves. So like, oh, there they are. And so we run back to the car, move it over to the spot, plug it in. And at this point, even more of the ring is there. The rainbow is gone. So it's a white ring with a little discoloration at the 6 o'clock. And blinks, blue, 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 green. Oh, great. So we go over to the dashboard, and it shows it's connected. It's charging. By the way, this is a high volume supercharger. We've lowered your rate to 80, whatever, and it's 39 cents a kilowatt hour. Like, okay, well, I don't care about the price because it's on Elon, and because we've got on this particular car, we've got free charging for the life of the owner. That's me. But we do still have to pay for whatever the overage scheme is. If it's overstay by the minute, they got me for that twice. Or if it's I don't know how the new one works with the they charge you for going past 80. That's some of those new ones. And now there's a whole other scheme where the pricing is no longer where it's allowed, where the pricing is no longer just fixed hours. It's based on the load at the supercharger. So if it's full, they start ramping the price up, hoping to get the people who absolutely need a charge, and then they lower it back down as the volume goes down, which I think could save some money for folks in the long run, and because they no longer have to just say, oh, well, this site historically is busy in the afternoon, so they just set the whole afternoon at the high rate. They can just only use that high rate when it's actually full, because there are days where, okay, those particular stations, I wouldn't say that they're empty, but they would just not be full. There could be free spots, and so they can lower it down, which I think will save some people some money. Anyway, it tells us all this. We get what we need. Unplug. Now there's a Model Y trying to cut the line. He rolled in. He sees I'm leaving. Yeah, no. I see the other slow walking. I'm slowly putting in my drive pin and pin to drive. Sorry, and then I see the person who let us cut him pull out the other direction. So then I cut left because that's the way that the person's approaching me from. So I'm blocking the white Model Y from blocking this from taking the spot for this Model 3. He hits the spot, and then I go park the car, and we go in and grab our pizza. Because the host of the supercharger is the mellow mushroom. So we grab our pizza, and I'm like, all right, great. So supercharging works, AC charging works. I dash off a note to service about what we saw. Like, great, no loners. Oh, ouch. I don't know if the no loners is because this is not a real service center, or if it's part of the whole not a dealer thing, or just like I don't know if it's this site or if it's South Carolina Dealers Association trying to just make it so you don't want to do direct, or maybe they have loaners and they're just all out. They didn't give any further details except no loaners. And I said, oh, maybe I'll drop it off early or something. And they no, don't do that either, because we're not going to be there. Not going to be early. For what you have, you can just wait on it. Oh, this is fine. Let me take off work for this. Because I was hoping that, okay, after the procedure, we could just go, well, I've already got the day off. But that's not going to be the case. And so that's our story so far. Let me pull up the Tessie web app. I was going to do it on the phone, but then that might screw up the Twitter Spaces. And, well, X Spaces is not the most reliable. So why do I want to push it off when it's already having a bad day? So let's do Tessie.app. Oh, that's in another browser. We're going to have a... Oh, we didn't. Okay, I thought it was going to give us a little bit of trouble. I thought we were going to have a load spike and the camera would freeze and hitch, but it didn't do that. Okay, so let's go on over to... It's a little different than the phone because it knows it's got more real estate. I don't want to unlock the port. I don't want to do any of the controls. I want to look at my codes. Vehicle info, the license plate, the driver, speed limit, notes, archive, drive pin, telemetry, invoices. What are notes? Oh, these are things I put in. I didn't put anything in because I didn't know that they had notes. Let's go to telemetry. Your vehicle doesn't have telemetry. It's old. I know. No, I don't want to archive the car. Somebody's got my freezer open. I can hear the ding, ding, ding. License plate, invoices, driver, speed limit. Bear with me while I find the button. Settings, more. Software tracker, system status, what's new, referrals. Alerts, that's what I'm looking for. Firmware alerts, software updates, weather warnings. The weather warnings is clutch if you use Tessie. Windows are down and rain is approaching. Teslify and Teslascope also let you know, hey, the door's been open for 30 minutes. You might want to look at that. If it's unlocked, excluding home or at home or climate safety. Let's do the firmware alerts, might be what I'm looking for. Yes. Okay, so we've got our codes now. Let's go through and take a look at these codes. Let's go back a little bit. Not to December. That's back a little too far. So the scroll on the PC is much nicer than the scroll on the phone. Let's go down to this week. All right, so we've got May 17th, May 16th, May 13th, all right, May 11th, and May 8th. So the auto steer unavailable is when I try to turn on FSD too early. It happens a lot. Here we go. On the 11th at 10:18, we got CCF 019 proxy disconnected. So the proximity sensor is gone. A vehicle message. Unable to charge. Vehicle connection issue. Insert charge handle fully into charge port. Yeah, you don't know how to plug in a car. You've been doing it for 10 years now. Over 10 years. Impact cause. Proximity line in charge cable has no voltage present, but a vehicle is connected. The clear condition would be a proximity line in charge cable rises to a valid voltage level, which it was not. And this will show both on the customer side and the service side. So the service side is where I'm getting the more useful text. So then we get it again at 5 hours later. Proxy disconnected. Impact. Wall connector will not allow charging while the proximity line is broken because it cannot determine if the cable is latched. Wall connector proximity line disconnected or vehicle is not providing proximity voltage. So the line was not disconnected because the handle was fine. It wasn't stretched or stepped on or cut. So there's our first clue. The vehicle is not providing proper proximity response. Well, you'd think the vehicle would know that it's not giving it, but I guess it doesn't. It's a single wire, so perhaps it's harder for them to figure out what the source is in that particular case. Live incident rates is 0.0%. It's extremely rare. So the no voltage present, but vehicle is connected. That happened again another 5 hours later. So I guess it just checks every 5 hours. So there's no way there's this consistent unless it's on like a timer. It's proxy disconnected. So then we heard this one 2 days later, 2 days and some hours later, the afternoon of the 13th. It says ground monitoring line side. That doesn't sound good because ground with electrical is pretty important. All right, this one is also 0.0%, extremely rare, live incident rate. Vehicle message, unable to charge, insufficient grounding, proper wiring, or outlet grounding must be verified, which is probably why the app was blaming me when I went to schedule that service. And the AI is like, oh yeah, just fix your stuff and you're good to go. No, I've already checked this. I've gone to my stuff. I've gone to your stuff. Your stuff gets repaired like every week. So impact. Wall connector will not allow charging until a protective earth connection is corrected. That's important. You know, that people always ask me, oh, why you're not afraid to plug in the rain or thunderstorm or in a puddle? No, I'm not. I'll stand in a puddle all day long and plug in the car. The safety equipment has been ironed out for over 10 years, and they are solid. Just this one simple thing right here. It does a ground check. It does a leak check. It does a proximity check. Except that in this case, where there's nothing wrong, it was failing us. Description. Wall connector protective earth is disconnected or grounded scheme is dual inline package switch is set incorrectly. I don't. Does the Gen 2 use dip switches? I know I've got the radio dials, but I don't think that's a dip switch. Anyway, the cause. The wall connector alternating current input side ground impedance is above the threshold. Clear condition. Wall connector AC side impedance has fallen below threshold for adequate line. Adequate time. Visibility, customer, and service. Obviously, the details is on the service side. The checker ground is on the customer side. However, again, nothing had changed on our side, and then none of the stuff here was complaining. However, if the port was full of water, or there was like some sort of weird trippiness, that would allow it to look this way. The system doesn't really care where the problem is. It's just, hey, there's a leakage, and we're gonna cut it off. And so that's when I found that the wall connectors were red. The car is still blaming my equipment, but I think it was inside the car. And that's why I saw those red lights. And we did get a software update on Friday or Saturday before the power for Friday. So then it was Friday before the power went out, or while the power was out. While the power was out, there was a software update, so I just did it anyway. I'm like, well, what could it hurt now? It's this the legacies have a certain amount of phantom drain, even when you've turned off all the stuff that could drain them, like cabin overheat, like sentry mode. And so mine was sitting at about 4% per day. Well, I'm already not going to make it there without a tow truck, so let's do the software update, and maybe this will be like 2019, where randomly it just comes back. So then when the power came back, it came back. It's like, hey, look at that. Hold release required. That one is a message. Drive inverter user alert. Vehicle hold release required. That one I get sometimes where I've got it in hold mode, and it thinks that I want to go. And so it's telling me I need to let go of hold. 0.49% uncommon. Customer and service visibility. Or it's in park, and I'm trying to go because it didn't unpark. I'm not sure. Then I get pilot faulted on the 13th. So that particular pilot faulted at 4 o'clock. That's where we were at the supercharger, where it didn't like the supercharger connection either. The pilot line, again, this supercharger and the J1772 and the home charger equipment, they use the same signaling with the Teslas in Tesla mode. So when it went to go do the pull up, pull downs on the resistors on the pilot line, it got the wrong response. And so it said pilot line faulted. And that's also a 0.00%, extremely rare. Charging equipment reports error. Check equipment for code or message. There's no screen on the supercharger. Well, it's not on the Gen 3s. Charging may not start or may be interrupted unexpectedly. And they just went with will not start. It's the safest option, but man, is it a little hairy. Description: an EVSE, or electric vehicle supply equipment, legacy pilot has faulted. Legacy pilot, the superchargers of legacy A. Cause: the EVSE sets the pilot to the faulted state. So they're again blaming the equipment, saying that the supercharger didn't like the site. But really, I think what it was, the supercharger and my wall connector didn't like whatever the heck the car was doing. And I'm again thinking that the car was full of water. Or software. Because we had a software update before it failed, but not right before it failed. It charged a couple times after it failed. So that's why I don't want to say the 2 software updates ago was the case, but that we had another software update so soon after. That was also just bug fixes. It could have been part of it. Then we get bad USB device. It doesn't always like my Sentry drive while it's trying to go to sleep. Auto steer unavailable. I get that one a lot, where I pull the trigger and it's trying to go and not, or I'm trying to go and it doesn't want to go. Auto steer temporarily unavailable. Auto steer will not be activated. Attempt was made to engage auto steer, but auto steer is not available. Auto steer will not be activated. And why am I reading this off to the side? I can just put this right in front of my face, and you guys can have that nice eye contact. All right, so then we brought it back, and we got. Did we bring it back yet? Yeah, we brought it back, and we got the proxy pilot disconnected again at 7:32, 8:41. So no, it's not always 5 hours. And then the next day at 11 in the morning, and the next day after that at midnight. Then we got the ground interrupt monitoring line side again. The wall connector will not provide charging until the protective earth connection is corrected. But then this one was no longer a grounding error. Now it was a GFCI error, which is why I was, again, thinking water. Because it says 0% live incident rate, extremely rare. Unable to charge, wall connector GFCI tripped. Oh, it did? And that's basically the one that stops you from having toaster issues with the bathtub. Or you are working on something in a basement and there's a puddle of water and you don't realize it, and your body would complete the circuit. It clicks off. GFCI, right? Or you're outside and you've got something plugged in. Same thing. All your outside outlets are supposed to be GFCIs. Ground fault circuit interrupter. Or arc fault, I think other countries will call it. Same difference. AFCI. Arc fault circuit interrupter. And they do the same basic job. There is a difference between an AFCI and a GFCI, or they wouldn't have different names. But for us consumers, they're the same thing. Anyway, unable to charge, wall connector GFCI tripped, disconnect and retry, or use different equipment. And because I wasn't going out and unplugging it, might have been why the reset button wasn't doing anything for this particular error message. If there is a GFCI failure, you want to make sure that the system has been cleared before you retry, because if it fails to catch, the danger is too high. So I see why the reset button didn't work for these particular ones. The ground and the GFCI trip. Turn off the breaker, turn it back on. Nothing. Then we got a new message. All phases faulted. CHG 1083. The GFCI was, the CCID tripped GFCI was CC T 003. So anyway, we've got the new ones, 1083, all phases faulted. It said, vehicle message, cannot charge, poor power and grid quality possible. Retry, try other charge location or supercharging. Yeah, I've done that already. Description, CHG 1083, all phases faulted. Super helpful. Visibility, customer, and service. And I've only got one phase power here because, or is it two phase power? One phase. We don't have three phase. So that to me tells me that the ground is bad and line 1 and line 2 are bad. So the 240 is just not 240 in. Oh, they caught the suspect in the fertility clinic thing. So then whole release required again. What that one tells me is, yes, the 17th. So that one was after the power came back and it charged. So we were going to the supercharger. Auto steer unavailable, whole release required, and shift denied. Why was the shift denied? Vehicle message shift denied. It says that's rare, a 0% incident rate, but maybe it's rare because it's a legacy thing. But I get that sometimes where it just doesn't want to change from drive to reverse or park to drive or whatever. Temporary thing, it's gone. All right, so there were more of those ground faults, circuit interrupter messages. I guess they cleared themselves. But the supercharge was so short that it more thunderstorms tonight, 87 degrees. The supercharge was so short it didn't catch any of the logging tools that I have. So I told Tesla when and where, so hopefully they were able to look at it. They haven't got back to me on that, but they did take a look at the car and didn't bother telling me what they found. So we'll see what we find out on Tuesday. Right now it's parked and asleep for 22 hours, it says. Battery is 87, range is 222 or 182. Oof, that's degradation, all right. It was at 90%, and 90% was 246, and full was 264. My other one was 246 at 90% and like 280 full for the Model S. But again, 8 years, 7 years of decay. These things happen. So that was our story so far on the Model X choosing not to charge. And so we'll find out more on Tuesday. But tomorrow, we've got a big day ahead of us. So Robert sent me a bunch of stories. Let's see. Well, I think they were all stories. Robert sent me a bunch of messages. Let's see how many of them were stories. And then we'll go from there. Let's see. Like I said, I didn't have a great week for finding stuff to talk about. There is stuff to talk about, but let's see if Robert sent us anything that is an article we can look at. A couple good videos. Oh, that one looks cool. Click to see posts. Let's look at the post. Oh, cute little lamb. Oh, isn't that cute? All right, let's close that. And more videos. I have to be careful with videos, so I can't just share all of them, just because of some of them have music, some of them have like a hype company. It's the way that they run those things. Those hype companies are just not cool. I mean, the content is cool, but the way that they treat a share is just like, oh my goodness! Like they want all of this money. They want to take your video down. So, well, I like to look at the videos. I'm a little more cautious about just sharing them before I see who did it and what it's about, that sort of thing. I mean, they're all fair use when you do it, but do you have the time and patience to fight fair use with some random bully company? I'd rather not share the content than deal with a bully. If you share it within the platform, that's different because they can't get at you for using share. But if I broadcast it, that's what they then their spidey sense for open wallet comes up. You think about giving up. Think about how far you've come. Oh, that's beautiful, Robert. Okay, so now let's take a quick look at some of the sites that I run through and see if there's anything we want to just talk about reaction style. Mount St. Helens, 45 years ago today. Oh. Sorry, what we have here is as I open up a new tab, I get distracting things that they might think I might want to look at, and they're right about some of them. Scientists discovered clean energy under USA that could power the Earth for 170,000 years. Now, I've seen like a bunch of stories on this one, and I don't know what they're talking about. Something about geothermal rocks. But the way that it's described by everybody who's described it so far has done such a crummy job. We'll look at it and see if I can't make heads or tails of it this time. The laundry is done. Interesting. So much of it is like environmental politics and I try not to do too much politics on this show or over on the Tesla Live show. So it does limit what I can talk about sometimes. And then, man, some of the comments I saw the other day on Tesla Live show were just so mean. It reinforces my idea of not talking too much of the politics, because the little bit that we let show, people were jumping on it. I was like, wow, you got all of that from that little quip. They weren't making a real comment. Tariffs and trade wars, of course. Stocks. Okay, and that's another one I don't really cover much. I do own a couple handfuls of shares of Tesla stock. There's an article on the goings on in that, and I just don't cover it because it's just not what we're after here. And okay, so I was just checking there to see if any of the stuff that came up was pertinent to what we're doing here, and it's not. So let's go ahead and get the first one on one of our sites. Let's go to one of the smaller ones, and then let's go check out that story about the rocks and see if somebody made sense of it. That we can. Another person described it as basically just the geothermal nuclear decay, which makes more sense. You just drill a hole deep enough till you get to the geothermal heating of the earth, and then you just use that to make steam, to run a turbine to make power. But that was not a huge story that was worth talking about. So let's go over here, and we'll do share screen, and then we'll do scientists, and share that. And then that's gonna cover up you guys. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pop it out, move tab to new window. Great. To you guys. That was the mouse and not the computer. We're gonna adjust this view a little bit because it's just me on here, so why not pick the pretty view? Okay, so it's just shifted.
Mr. Green?
What's up, Highlander? How you do?
Well, I had my hand up for a while, and I thought maybe you can't see it, but
yeah, the screen is up.
while you're looking for that, I'm pretty sure a lot of people own Tesla stock and don't realize it, and I'm speaking to the 401k.
Yeah.
Versus the few I have are purchased outright, but
Right.
I know my 401k has some because I spent a lot of time digging into it.
That's what was so funny about the protest was, like you said, the people who didn't realize they own it. It's like the state of Michigan, while they were busy fighting Tesla, that was one of their largest holdings for the retirement fund for the state, and one of the foreign countries that was fighting them was making it illegal for them to do a bunch of stuff, but yet also
the ironies abound.
Yeah, they're huge in the stock. It's like, why are you doing this? You're hurting yourselves. And
yeah, you're right. As far as comments on YouTube or X go, especially YouTube, some people are just downright mean and rude.
Yeah, thankfully I'm insulated from that over here. Like you guys are just great. I rarely see that sort of stuff, and I appreciate it. But wow, some of the ones over there, and I don't usually see them over there either. So I was surprised to see them there, and I was like, what is this? Like,
I do have one little update.
What you got?
So I think it's been a good minute, a couple of weeks. We had talked about my local Myers grocery store.
Yeah.
Big box grocery store, putting in the brand new ones.
Yes.
About a dozen of them. Little disappointed at the construction crew because they didn't put up any of the safety barriers. And so 2 weeks later, keep in mind I am an electrician.
Yes.
A factory electrician, but nonetheless. And so they use gray PVC for electrical pipe. And some of these I should have measured them, but I don't always have my micrometer or tape measure with me. So we're talking anywhere from 3-inch to 6-inch holes.
Okay.
And the pipes are sticking up, I don't know, a couple, 2-3 feet out of the ground, right?
Yeah, that's
The
normal, right?
cable, the 3-phase 480 cable still wound up there. What really upset me, so they haven't done any work since the last time I took a picture, like I said,
Yeah.
is the holes are exposed on the pipes.
Oh,
I mean, whether it's plumbing, using PVC for its wastewater plumbing or human drinking,
yeah.
we will at least take a clean shop rag, if nothing else, and jam it in the pipe
Yeah, so it doesn't fill up with stuff.
to prevent all sites of, you can get little bugs, critters,
Yeah.
nasty water.
Mm.
And people are like, well, it's electrical cable. It's down in it's not going to move. Every time that thing gets charged and discharged, those cables are moving.
Yeah, they're flexing. It's heat and current.
Yep,
and,
they're flexing.
Yeah. Mm.
It shocked me. There's a good paying installation job for some contractor,
And they're not
and they
appreciating
couldn't
it.
even be troubled to do something to seal up the hole in the most modest way.
Yeah. Like you
But
said,
that's the
shove a rag in
update.
there, put a
Still
bag
waiting
over the
for it to
top.
get connected.
Wow.
Anything. Well, because the coil is so long,
Yeah.
they got to have maybe 6 in the electrical world. Longer is always better.
Yeah.
1 inch too short is
You can't add
1
it
inch.
back. You can
It's all good.
take it off.
Yeah. Yep. And that's why I'm saying even a rag.
Yeah.
Couple clean rags shoved in each one of them holes. There's nothing.
Yeah.
And our rain over here in the Great Lakes region is right up there with yours, Mr. Green.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll get these torrential downpours while, you're just going, oh, it's a hurricane. I'm thinking, well, it's not quite a tornado, but we got torrential rains.
Yeah. Oh man, speaking of
Those things are going to be.
We've had some not here, but like in this country, we've had lately some just like tornadoes and floods and just stuff that's like it sounds like they were not forecast. Like the way that the losses we've had lately, like they didn't see it coming, sort of situation. That's scary.
Well, the thing we're noticing in Michigan and Ohio is we all joke it's like we're 6 weeks behind in our weather curve.
Yeah.
April showers bring May flowers.
Yeah, May showers.
We're in the early spring of our April showers, I mean, the flowers are coming up, but the rain should have been stopped by now, and it's not.
That's right. We got Andrew says, good evening from Stockholm, Sweden. Good evening, Andrew. It's good to see you. Always good to see you. So the first one we have is, like I said, that another telling of the breakthrough in geothermal energy, I assume. Talking about rocks. Let's see if they can describe it in a way that makes sense to me that we can comment on. Or if I'll just close it quietly and we move on to something else. Scientists discover clean energy under USA that could power the Earth for 170,000 years. Scientists believe they have discovered clean energy reserves buried beneath 30 U.S. states that could fuel the Earth for 170,000 years. The hydrogen reservoirs could help the world shift towards a cleaner energy source, moving away from fossil fuels. So, fossil hydrogen. Why do I say fossil hydrogen? It's in the rocks, and it's probably not like readily renewable. But they're saying we have a lot of hydrogen buried underneath the Earth. That's kind of cool. Clean energy refers to energy produced from sources that contribute minimal to zero greenhouse gas emissions or other pollutants while in use, such as solar or wind. So yeah, in this case, it would be green fossil energy because it fossil in that it came from the rocks, and green in that it wasn't a greenhouse gas. It also make more water as it combines with oxygen in the air. Previously, geologists had only limited knowledge of where and how these hydrogen deposits had formed. I'm curious though, hydrogen is so reactive. How did they get like pure hydrogen trapped in pockets? So this is a better explanation than the others. The others were talking about types of rock, this and that, but they didn't really make it clear they were talking about hydrogen. And I guess the geothermal guys are talking about something else entirely, which is another thing, another clean energy source. once we don't ruin stuff getting at the heat. Previously, geologists had only a limited knowledge of where and how these had formed. Thanks to a newly published review paper, we may be a step closer to understanding hydrogen production in the Earth's crust. The game of the moment is to find where it has been released, accumulated, and preserved, explained Chris Ballantyne, Chair of Geochemistry at the Department of Earth Science of the University of Oxford in UK, over there in Robert's neck of the woods. Oh, Highlander, it just has you as speaker. I'm sitting there wondering why there's just requests sitting around for not answered or denied. Put you back as co-host there. Sorry, Selen, I didn't realize that that we didn't have a. X has been kicking people out of the room, so I didn't realize that Highlander hadn't had the controls for a minute. So he'll look at you in a minute.
Just as a comment on your hydrogen, and
Yeah, go ahead.
I come back to whenever we pull anything out of the ground in quantity,
Yeah,
whether it's water, petroleum, fracking with using water to push natural gas back up.
yeah.
When you leave a void like that, maybe I'm mistaken, but don't we start having sinkholes
We
that
do
are so
have-
big cars fall into them?
Yeah, we do have sinkholes. Yeah, because like you said, if there was something there, some matter there, and then now there's no matter there, it's no longer holding up the matter. That
Mother
was above it.
Nature fills in the hole.
That's right. So you do need to be careful with the extraction, even if it's like you're extracting it from rock. Like this is a gas coming from rock. Was it like a geoid where the pressure meant nothing, or was it like loose rock where now that you've removed it, now the rock is going to resettle and reshift? And then of course the next question is, is this a brand new paper that has yet to be peer reviewed, or is this a properly peer reviewed paper that's been dealt with? This is just like the same reason I almost never bring you guys, new battery stories unless it's coming from an established battery maker that has a track record. Just because, if we're talking about a battery that could maybe one day in 30 years be a thing, or maybe not, I don't want to waste your time with that. But if it's from somebody who has a lot to lose from saying something too early, like a Tesla or a Cattle, if they say, "Oh yeah, we've got this great new battery, it'll be ready in a month or 3," that's a lot different than, researchers have discovered a battery that can be used 8 million times and holds a power a factor of 8, and it recharges in 15 seconds. And like the scientists, they can say all this stuff, and it may work, but it may be too
And our
expensive.
GoFundMe account is open up, and if people want to be angel investors, come on board.
Do it.
Yeah, I mean,
But
right, just like
huh?
you can only go so many weeks before somebody else has got
Another
a
one.
breakthrough. Great.
Yeah.
Can you put it in my laptop or in my vehicle yet?
And exactly right.
Well,
Exactly.
we're working on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So those are the ones that we are concerned with, the people who have a lot to lose by announcing too early. Like even Tesla, they kind of did it with Battery Day. They like, here's everything we're going to do, and here's it's in phases. But the way they described it, people didn't understand that this was all a long-term roadmap. It wasn't like, hey, this is all coming out next year. Some of it was coming out next year, which was the problem. They didn't differentiate like what was ready and what was like research. And then they had a hard time, it is Tesla, they had a hard time just putting stuff into production that was ready to go. Because Highlander can tell you that manufacturing on an assembly line, you may be able to follow a blueprint and you may be able to, just lift and shift, but it rarely is textbook. Like once you actually go to put it on the ground, even if it's in the same factory, if you try to duplicate one line over just 3 feet over it, you have to recalibrate it. It doesn't always come out as simple as it looks. Let alone if you try.
No, it does not, and it is not as simple as it looks.
Exactly. Especially if you try to do a whole new facility, let alone just a few feet over in the first facility.
Oh yeah. It's got its pluses and minuses, but you're right. When you start up a new process or copy a process and move it over a bit,
Yeah,
you're still debugging everything. You're shimming stuff on the floor you're not supposed to shim. I mean, yeah, sure, you're absolutely correct, young man.
So you got to cut people some slack. There's still humans involved. It's not like a robotic process. But like, look at something we've been doing forever: baking and candy, for instance. Candy isn't even on the same line from the same day to day. They have to take humidity and temperature of the outside into effect, especially if it's like a hard candy or a taffy type candy. Anything with just a lot of sugar like that is just harder to deal with over something like a cake. The cake is a little more resilient to those changes, but even that at scale, you gotta keep it dialed in. Let's see. So when you look at like
And
batteries,
then most food grade facilities say they run 3 shifts. Their third shift is nothing but hosing down and cleaning everything.
yeah,
Everything has to be sanitized.
exactly. And batteries are just another type of baking. They're a chemical process. They're just not as delicious. Do not eat batteries.
Do not eat the batteries like when we were kids.
Right?
Don't even test the 9 volts with your tongue anymore.
Not anymore. These new batteries are powerful. And so this is the same concept. In fact, that was part of why Tesla had the success they had with batteries, and what gave them the most trouble is they're trying to use food and beverage processes because it is just a chemical reaction, and they're putting them in cans, basically, beer cans, basically. And so they're going to be subject to the same physics problems that need solutions. Like, how do we get this reaction?
I've never worked on Sorry, I was going to say I've never worked on one of the ultra high speed assembly lines, and because it takes a different type of PLC.
It does.
High speed processing one.
Yeah.
But I love watching from time to time, like the soup cans are just it's a blur.
Yes. You have to strobe it.
They
if you
make
want to see.
that stuff so it's a blur.
Yeah. If you don't have a strobe light, you can't see. It's just one continuous, like, oh, it's tin. You can see like when the label changes color,
and it's to your point.
Yeah.
But it's to your point how the batteries are made. Well, just go watch any of the foodstuffs that have a can made.
Yeah.
But when one of those lines go down, I had a buddy who was working at what was it, Fosteria, Campbell's, whatever. Cool. It's the soup. We just call it the soup plant.
Yeah.
They burn through employees.
Oh.
He's like, there's not a lot for us maintenance guys to do, but once it breaks, the whole line, once it gets out of whack, out of sync, forget it. Mm-hmm. The maintenance techs, they just might as well move in for a day or two because getting the line back calibrated.
Yeah.
Like you say, a lot of these food processing places, they run a limited batch, and once that batch is done, they clear it out. Same with paint spraying on cars or any objects.
Oh, yes.
They got to purge those robots, and that takes forever. And everything's automated until it's not.
Yeah. Let me check the comments real quick, and then we're going to scroll through, see if anything catches my eye at Clean Technica. Nothing yet. So what we'll do is we'll scroll through. So we talked about the renewable energy situation. 2 new renewable energy technologies just might work. One seems like it might actually work. So the other one was the hydrogen thing. You know, we talked about hydrogen. It's not that it doesn't work once you've got the hydrogen. What doesn't work is getting the hydrogen so far. And that's why I've been saying constantly, like, you know, if you have to make the hydrogen, then you might as well just charge your battery with whatever you were doing to make it. But if you can just drill for it, that changes things. I'm not saying it's perfect, but it does change the equation. The hydrogen fuel cell, hydrogen combustion. Hydrogen combustion is bad. It's just as bad as fossil. Well, not just as bad, but it has the potential to be just as bad as fossil combustion. Because we're running them in the same combustion engines, just different materials, where it's not always going to combust completely, and you'll end up with nasty chemicals in it. And then if any of the oils that you need for that get in there, and it's just, if you're going to use the hydrogen, do it in a fuel cell. But the problem is the fuel cells are expensive and exotic, and then before that is the obtaining the hydrogen. But if you can just poke a hole in the ground and get it out for next to free, that does change the calculus. But then you still need an infrastructure to get it to places, and it's just, if this is as big as they are proclaiming it to be, and it probably isn't, then what you'd want to see is hydrogen plug-in hybrids, where it's an electric car with a big old battery, and then if you need to go on a long trip, then you can pipe in some liquid or gaseous hydrogen. But as of today, that source is not available, and that means you would be either reforming it from natural gas or any other fossil fuel. And the only other option from that is cracking water, and that doesn't make any sense except on islands with no connection back to a mainland, where you've got so much excess production. Sometimes, like your batteries are full, and it's just an abnormally sunny week. You can go ahead and make some hydrogen instead of just wasting electricity. You can make some hydrogen from whatever water is around, put it in a bottle, either use it later or ship it off someplace that can use it. But that's, like we say, the sun doesn't always shine and the wind doesn't always blow. But when you build your system, you're building it for your worst weeks. And so this shouldn't be a source of hydrogen you count on, because these should be considered bonus. If you've overbuilt your system so that you're just able to make hydrogen all the time, then again, you should just be charging a battery with it. But if your batteries are full and you're on an island, I get it. You don't want to have the lights go out in the middle of winter on a stormy day because you undercalculated it. So I think we have to look into that, see what their two sources are, because that's a whole new article right here. Cold ironing takes hold, or achieve cleaner air by electrifying ship berths. Interesting. Probably goes deeper into the weeds than we're looking to go. Why winemakers must embrace sustainable growing practices. Why every farmer must embrace sustainable growing practices. Didn't we learn this during the Dust Bowl? I thought we did. Am I mistaken? Go ahead, Highlander. You get your hand
When
up.
money's involved, people have a short memory.
They sure do. Quarter to quarter, baby. Volvo EV sales drop significantly.
And I don't think you can see my hand. I just wanted to mention there's some similarities I see here with when it became the implementation of liquid natural gas, LNG.
Yeah.
I'm talking 45 years ago when they changed our high school buses over.
Yeah.
And now within the last 10 years, I remember seeing half a dozen or more large facilities for semi trucks. And then with the slight shift over to electric semi trucks, I don't know how that's going to, because that type of infrastructure does not go up overnight.
No. I think.
But they definitely liked it better than diesel.
Yeah. Yeah. Because it is a smoother ride and less maintenance and less cost. And electric is all of that. The cool thing about electric, though, is that they can do the battery buffered. So if they can get enough total energy in, they can slap a battery in the middle and just trickle charge that while they blast the trucks with the fast charging. I guess you could also do that with like LNG. You could do an accumulator or something, but Volvo sales dropped significantly in April. Why? Question mark. I guess that Geely there, they're a Chinese company. They own Volvo and Polestar. They and others. I'm gonna guess tariffs. We just had a tumultuous quarter right there because they were just yanking all these companies around. EV news from the Japan, China, and Saudi Arabia? Question mark. Yeah, Saudi Arabia. They Saudi Arabia and the UAE. They realize that oil won't be forever, and they are electrifying at an astounding pace. Powering ports, electrifying harbor craft and ferries for lower cost emissions. That's another no-brainer. Oh, look, we've got what looks like an inverter. Is Xi Jinping controlling Chinese-made panels in the U.S.? Question mark. Let's look at that. That's something I did want to discuss, but I didn't read into. I caught another clip rolling through some audio news, and it sounds like there is 4G connections and upgradability on some of the grid forming inverters, and we'll see what the article says, and we'll get into that. But it's a possibility from what I'm understanding, but it's unlikely from what they were describing. It sounds just like firmware updates and monitoring. With new charging stations, Norway's excellent EV adventure is about to get more excellent. I mean, if it's EV tech, it's going to be in Norway. They are like, what would we say, like 97% electric already? So it just makes sense. Record-breaking uptake in Starlink in Africa reminds us again of the continent's untapped potential. Yeah, I mean, Africa for communications is just available. They went from like nothing to cell phones, like 5G cell phone or 4G cell phones. Sorry, not 5G or 3G. Either way, they went from nothing to a really good clip. Why don't I have an EV right now? I'm gonna get one again. Oh, the girl in the trunk doesn't have an EV right now. I am curious about that, but I don't know that it's a story for us. A Leaf followed by a Volt, followed by a 22 volt EUV. That sounds like a personal story. Davido and Spiro collaborate to launch a new range of electric motorcycles for Africa. That's kind of cool. Tesla stock. NIO launches big upgrades to the top-selling EC6 and ES6. That's cool. Inster, Hyundai's ultimate urban EUV or EV, sorry. Oh wow, it's been a long time since I've seen one of those. It's the Model S frame. They used to be just everywhere. Just to show you how the skateboard works. Tesla brand image plunges amidst regulatory questions and competitors' rising approval ratings. Okay. Electrifying ground vehicles, the practical first phase of port sustainability. It goes right into what Highlander was talking about the changing powertrains in the high volume facilities like a port or local shipping. Solar PVs and EVs perfectly synchronous rise. Yeah, I mean, if you can travel on sunlight you just made on your roof, why not do it, right? Utility scale outsigning rooftop solar as global solar market explodes. That one is easy to see happening because with the rhetoric change in the States and around the world, the people who don't already have solar are more easily dissuaded from getting it unless they are able to be put directly in touch with people who already have rooftop solar to be told that there's nothing to be afraid of. It's a lot easier to just fill the zone with just garbage and scare the crap out of them. But the utilities, they understand the dollars. Their bean counters are going to tell them, get some more of that free money. Because all you do is you lay out a piece of glass out in the sun, and it makes you money. Collect that money. It's easy to understand when you're about the money. Only hard part here is just making sure that your costs for the panels and the inverters and the wiring and the labor don't go above what you're raking in from the free sunshine. And maintenance, you got to wash them every now and then. See, I told you we'd have some stuff to talk about without even reading the article. Tesla sales of April continued to disappoint. April is the beginning of the quarter, right? Talk to me in June, and then we'll know just because of the way that they roll. Best solar power countries in the world will shock you. Yes, it will. Let's take a look. China. That didn't shock me at all. The EU is not one country. That doesn't shock me either. The US. The only thing that shocks me is how far behind these two are behind that one. SAF startup to leverage green hydrogen and captured carbon. 17 high-powered electric truck chargers to be installed at 3 UK sites. Congrats to you guys. Solar storage industry statement on proposed reconciliation legislation in the U.S. House and committee markups. I like seeing stuff from the EIA.
Casey, you want to know something that surprises me about the area I live in?
What you got?
Metro Toledo. I don't.
Yeah.
People know that. Well, we are, I don't know what to present, by far one of the largest in America, North America, producers of solar panels.
Oh, wow.
I know I've applied to both of them and turned one down.
Oh, cool.
By far. And I've checked into this in my future home buying event. State of Ohio is pretty pro solar panel.
Nice.
I can't believe Toledo and Metro Toledo haven't really taken off with it.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of moneyed interest in keeping people afraid to do it on their homes. And then there's also the matter of it's kind of new, so you got to then make sure you don't find scammers or people who just take advantage of you. I mean, you'll get the panels, but like, will you get them at a good price? It's just it scares a lot of people.
Well, one of the things I was doing a deep dive in is buying definitely what you would call a fixer-upper. And you can, I was looking at the land grants and the local Lucas County Land Bank program.
Mhm.
And one of the things, like, so there are certain states where if you install solar panels, your local tax assessor is going to be parked out front just waiting for you to turn something on.
Yeah. The county
And so they can reassess that place. Ohio doesn't do that, and you can get it between a 12 and 15-year tax abatement with the solar panels, and then they probably still won't
Nice.
apply that as, you know, there are certain things they went over that they would, and certain things they wouldn't. And that was listed as, this is a non-issue to us. Putting on, it didn't say vinyl. It said aluminum siding. That will not increase your,
Oh,
now that doesn't mean the real estate agent.
right.
That just means Lucas
tax
County
assessor.
is a tax authority.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, the county over from, well, this place sits on a bunch of different corners of the counties, but one of the counties nearby will charge for every kilowatt hour that you put into the grid over what you use, because they don't have their own power system, and they buy it all. And you making power disrupts their bulk power purchase agreement. So they want you not to do
right
that.
along those lines, right along the lines of taxation and electric energy, I'll never forget it because I was driving down to Tallahassee, which took me over 12 hours.
Mhm.
But I was still live streaming on the Toledo radio station.
Oh, cool.
And sure enough, comes an info ad from the state of Ohio talking about how our roads are great. And overall, Ohio's, Michigan and Ohio, the exact opposite of roads.
Yeah.
We've lost small Volkswagens and other little miniature cars in our potholes. But so they go on for a few minutes, literally how great our roads are. And then they said, well, with the increasing, and you can hear it, you can just see it coming as clear as day as I'm driving down the road.
New tax.
With the increase in electric vehicles and the reduction in state, city, and taxes on the gas pumps, we're going to have to start charging the EV owners.
Mm.
And they are. So, and I don't want to be a downer, but it's something people need to be aware.
Yeah.
Some states are giving you great upfront. Colorado's in the lead. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
And there are subsidies to buy one. In other states, you're like, all right, go ahead and buy something other than we can tax at the gas pump. Doesn't matter what it is. Could be hydrogen. If we can't tax it at the local Speedway gas pump, somebody's paying the difference.
Yeah. And they just pull a number out of the air. They don't have a study. Like a lot of these states, they charge enough that I can do like 3 years worth of driving in my Prius before my EV is caught up. And I only do 1 year's driving every year, and I do more than the average person. So even that is too high. There are ways to dial that in without getting into like government surveillance and all that. So I'm not even saying it's a case of, oh, we need to do GPS or we need to do mileage or anything like that. We just need them to do some studies before they pick a number out of their butts and slap it on us.
Ohio picked a number.
Yeah, they just threw it out there.
Last I knew it was 400.
Yeah.
Let's not quote me on it, but
it was a couple $100.
So
yeah,
you're going to get your long range Tesla Y. All right, I can see that.
Yeah.
But like you say, for the tiny little mini one that you know, it's your second vehicle, you're never driving it anyways.
right.
You're going to still pay that 400.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, yep. No, they just pulled numbers out of the air. And are they going to tweak them down in the future?
Probably
I
not.
they doubt it. Will
Yeah.
they tweak them up? Oh yeah.
Yeah. And but the good thing is, even with the BS fees, you still come out ahead versus a fossil. But it's a darn shame they eat into it. So
do you know what Ohio's policy is on rebates for electric vehicles? I don't know. I haven't looked.
I'm not sure. haven't looked into it in a
I
minute.
only know that it's legal, no issue selling Teslas or whatever, any electric vehicle in Ohio.
Yeah.
Which is why Tesla had to put their showroom right literally in Toledo, half a mile. I've been there a few times
From
now.
the
It's
border?
permanently closed.
Oh,
Yeah, from the border on Telegraph Road.
nice. Yeah, they did that
Until
with.
they could get. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, they did that with the service center closest to this city. Is they put one right across the border in Savannah. Not necessarily because Savannah needed it as much as any other place in Georgia, but because they wanted to hit a good radius inside of South Carolina.
And it's such a beautiful city, Savannah.
It is.
I love
It
it.
totally is. Yeah. Nice laid back. Very beautiful. The one that's on the screen right now. I always think that's weird. They're talking about air taxis for the LA 28 Olympics and Paralympic Games. And uh, helicopters are so loud. Do I want drones too? And also on the drones, do I want my neighbor whose bumper's fallen off or who's skipped the oil light came on? Do I want them flying overhead? I don't. Put them on the ground. I like the idea of the swiftness and the quickness, and if it's completely computer controlled, it's not going to be as bad, especially if the computer also will not let them take off if they skip their maintenance. That won't be so bad, but the noise will still be a thing.
I also caught a couple of news articles. One off of I forget which outlet, but it was off of YouTube, and another one was I think one of the NBC parts, but extolling the virtues of having the electric helicopters for the Olympics because it's going to be such a mass influx of people. And I don't know if you've ever been to LA. Yeah, you've been to LA and San Diego, right, Kacey?
Yeah, LA Auto Show a couple times.
I never saw such. I'm going back almost 40 years on this one, but the traffic and smog, I never saw traffic where it just sits.
Yeah,
I've seen slow traffic.
that traffic is brutal.
Yeah, when it's 6 lanes wide, it's like. So from that perspective, just to counter, I can see where they'd want the little electric, and if you've got some extra money, where you'd pay for that shuttle in a heartbeat.
Yeah, absolutely. Climeworks DAC fiscal collapse and the brutal reality of pulling carbon from the sky. I'm curious because this was Microsoft's big thing about part of their carbon. I mean, not all. That wasn't their only approach, but it was a major stone in their wall there about how they were decarbonizing. They were just going to literally pull the carbon out of the air and store it somewhere. Climeworks direct air capture mammoth plant in Iceland just captured 105 tons of carbon dioxide. Not per day, not per week, total. That's not a lot. For context, that's less than the annual tailpipe emissions from a dozen long-haul trucks, or roughly 1,000th of what. Oh, wow. Well, if they're not succeeding, then yeah, no wonder they're going to lose. Smaller cars and sustainability and technology. Highlander was just talking about that. You know, if the roads are full, you want to be able to escape from it. A lot about bikes. The huge Waymo recall that wasn't. I saw a few headlines that Waymo were being recalled, all 12 of them. Apparently at low speeds, they were running into trouble with gates and chains and such. Not life-threatening, but a 12 vehicle recall. They did it again. That's interesting. I don't. Interesting. They'll have to post a recall, and they're the owner and operator and only customer. Didn't realize that was a thing. How to build a non-disposable EV. That's pretty important. But even if it's disposable, if it's recyclable, that's not so bad. Before we roll our eyes. Yeah, exactly. I just roll my eyes reading the headline a little bit. They didn't want to make them like they used to. Tells us a little car truck's better than EV any day. Okay. Politics for there. Powering the future, a 30-year roadmap to zero emission support operations. it will happen. All it takes is one of them to make the move and realize the savings. That everybody else will be dragged into it. Otherwise, they will go out of business to that one that is making the profits from the savings. EV sales in New Zealand, April update. Australia, April updates. Vermont reverses course on EV sales targets. Backtracking, that's never good. Top states in the U.S. EV market, 13 states with 10 plus EV share. Oh. I'm guessing California's there. We'll look at that list. I'm curious.
Well, for the upcoming Michigan Tesla Owners Group, which I mentioned before, they're now doing a co-thing with the Veterans Group, which I'm involved with both of them.
Yeah.
I volunteered, I don't know why I do this. I volunteered to call all the local dealerships I could from Holland, Michigan, up to Muskegon, over to Grand Rapids.
Yeah.
And invite them, and I have permission from Kelly Sloan. She's in charge of, she's not the president, but she's in charge of the Michigan Tesla Owners Group. Yeah, go ahead, Highlander, go ahead. Invite any other EV car you want. We want them here. And that was the expression last year, you know. Not just Teslas. Well, we had a token Rivian. But I called. And they're like, no, we don't have them. We don't sell them. Not here at this dealership.
Oh, yeah, other brands
like, we're not even fighting that battle in Michigan.
Like a Cadillac or a Ford.
Yeah, and yeah, no luck on that. But I spent a lot of time calling and writing down who I talked to and getting passed over to the next person.
Yeah, and some of them, it's not even that they don't want to, but like they don't have the technicians, or even if they have the technicians, they don't have the tools. Like these manufacturers require certain requirements of the whole facility to participate, and some of them are just onerous. Like for a while, Ford was saying you had to have $6 million of chargers. Some of these dealerships are small. $6 million of non-inventory is asking a lot. One of the GMs needed almost $1 million in tools for one person. And
the local Ford dealership on Navarre Road, that's the main road in Oregon. And Oregon's a fairly prosperous city. A lot of land, not a lot of everything else, except for oil refineries and nuclear reactors down the road. But in any case, I check in with the Ford dealership. We only have a Ford and a GM dealership. And check in with them because for a while they were heavily advertised. They get a beautiful big LED sign advertising, whatever. And they were really they were ones who joined in and had to put in the chargers. And they did. They ponied up all the money. They're a big Ford dealership.
Yeah.
Put in the chargers, put in the money. I talked to, they had 2 trained salespeople.
Nice. That's rare. Ooh, that's rare.
That had to go to Ford training, even to be able to discuss knowledgeably the products. Because they had the Lightning and they had the Mustang, and I'm looking at it, and they know me because I wear the kilt.
Yeah.
And then after talking to me for a couple minutes, they just, do you want to work here? I said, no. But they said that was their other issue was the amount of money that we're having to spend to get a couple of their techs up to, I don't think it was maybe it was whatever, with Ford.
Yeah.
To get them specially trained. And Pete Gruber can tell you the nightmares of getting something certified the minute you're dealing with the batteries.
That's right. Yeah.
To your point, I mean, it's just a whole lot of money for a dealership to get involved in these things.
And up front, too, before they can even think about making $1 back. It's not like you can sell it and say, hey, your service is going to be 3 cities over to begin with, but we'll be ready by 3 months after you get the car. No. So this one right here,
that was my one concern. Sorry.
Go ahead. Your one concern?
That was my one concern with my sister, but you know, on the very right off Lake Michigan, you know, say Muskegon for the heck of it. Her buying that used Nissan Aria. All right, great reputation. Everybody loves them for that type of customer. I keep thinking, what happens if something happens to it? I think I was embarrassed, but I think I mentioned on your platform or something. I know I mentioned on somebody's. I left on my lights when I was spending the night there.
And she
and the
can't
next
jump you.
day it needed a jump.
Yeah, she can't jump you.
And her Aria was the only car there. And I said, no way.
Yeah.
I'll call it. And this is what I ended up doing a second time. You can call a taxi there and they'll jump you.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
I had one bring me gas,
Mhm.
and it's the same taxi guy, by the way. And and one jump start me.
Nice.
But we were afraid because she hadn't really read the manual, but that's the thing, people like that vehicle. You just get in and drive it and plug it in. I'm like, I don't want to hurt your car. I'm not worried about hurting the van. You know, it's a Beat 2015. It's led a good life.
Yeah.
And so we were afraid. So I need to get hold of her and see how that whole situation's going.
Yeah.
Especially how her Charger is behaving now that she's got the 222 phase.
So with the EVs and hybrids, they the general advice is don't jumpstart things with them. It's not that they can't do it, but the process is so different that that it's very easy to damage the new car with that. So what you want to do is you want to connect it to the other car with the dead battery and just let it charge it for like 20-30 minutes while the high-tech car is running, so it can keep its own battery running because it has a smaller starter battery. And that's, again, if it's not, that's another reason why it becomes harder is like the Teslas, they run, what now, instead of 12 volts, they run 16 to 19 volts on some of them. And then, of course, the Cybertruck.
Yeah, and the little spare starter one that they have to kind of initialize the system and then
that system is
let the big one take over.
Yeah, some of them are higher voltage than normal now. They're running higher than 12 volts, and not just like 13 or 14.
I just knew I wasn't hooking them.
Yeah,
I wasn't going to do it.
Yeah, and then the reason you got to keep it running is all of them have smaller batteries than typical. So while the dead battery is sucking down juice, it'll just drain them, and they'll have two dead cars. But then the other part of it is like on the Highlander, on the Cybertruck, you've got a 48 volt architecture, so that would just fry the old car. But the other thing to look at there when they are the same voltage is let them slowly go across, charging up, and then you disconnect it completely, and then you crank the old car. If the old car doesn't start, then that's it. Whereas
so you're saying don't have the old car running?
Right, it needs to be off, and then the new car needs to be on, and then they just connect them for like 30 minutes.
Yeah, I get the electric vehicle needing to be on.
Yeah,
I would think you'd want the old car, the ICE car, running as well.
Off, and that way it doesn't ripple or backfeed or blow any fuses on the new car. And so then you get to disconnect it, and if it doesn't crank over on that first turn, then you're going to need to come in with a jump box or tow truck. Whereas in the past, what you'd want to do is have them both, ready to go, and then you just crank the new car or the jump car while the donor car is doing its thing, and they would just pick up the slack. But that will generally blow fuses and hurt wiring on the high tech cars these days. And by high tech, I don't mean.
Well, fortunately, she's very good about keeping her car charged.
Good. Yeah. And by high tech, I mean
do it immediately with the 120.
Exactly. Yeah. By high tech, I mean EV and hybrid, not necessarily. Hey, my Porsche has got a screen in it. It's high tech. No, unless it's a Taycan.
No.
My screen is shaking.
Just thought I'd put that in there.
Yeah, it's important. So on their screen here, they have the EcoFlow power bundles, 50% off. They are super expensive, but if you can get them on a deal, that's what I have in my house, and it works. It works well. I've got 6 of the Delta Pro, 2 of the main units, and then 2 of the extra batteries each for them, and then the old smart home panel. And then, of course, as soon as I had settled in with them and got comfortable, they came out with the Delta Pro Ultra, which would have saved me on the number of units and with a much more powerful home panel. But it's a certain amount of flexibility, and I do like that. But if I were to go again, I would just go ahead and get the full-on power walls for this building. I would need 2 of them. Powerwall 3, 1 would do fine for any normal person, but I need 2. I would have needed 2 Powerwall 2s for a normal household, but 1 Powerwall 3 will do it. But I need 2 because of all the juice I run. The IEA Global EV Outlook 2025 shows U.S. falling further behind on electric cars. I wonder why. DoorDash and Coco bring robot deliveries to the sidewalks of LA and Chicago. Some of these things are pretty cute. All right, so we're going to move on to another source here. And I know we didn't get to the full week on that, but let's just see. Looking for things.
Did you ever look into the little, they call them robots, the Bowling Green State University, big university, good programs, good sports program. They're, and I was working there for quite some time. Their little delivery, and it's college based. It's all at the college cafeteria. The robots, the ones that look like big camping coolers.
Yeah.
Except they got 6 wheels and a 6-foot tall orange flag, and they zip around. Well, they don't zip. They a little better than a crawl.
Yeah, crawl around. All
over the area. And I was there in the winter, and you'd see them stuck, 2 out of 3 of them stuck in the snowbanks.
Oh, wow.
Well, that's about 4 years ago. I need to look into that some more, see how they've upgraded everything, I'm sure, by now. Yeah. But it was just so funny watching them run around town.
That's pretty cool. All right, so their number one headline, the Cybertruck is no longer the best-selling EV pickup. So what happened is the Lightning has picked up and is now the best-selling pickup in the U.S. for now. We'll see what happens with the electric pickup trucks. This one is interesting. The electric Dodge Charger Daytona RT is dead report. We touched on this a few weeks ago where we found that none of the dealers were going to stock them anymore. You'd have to custom order them and kind of probably prepay to make sure that if you skedaddled, they had some money to finance. It's sitting on the lot for a few months until somebody could be convinced to purchase it, as well as to cover any discounting they were going to do that. And every time we bring this car up, I start comparing it to everything else, and it's a bad buy. It's slower than a Tesla Model 3 Performance, and that was before the Highland Performance. It was the just the regular old classic Performance Model 3. But then we started looking at like all the electric trucks, even the slowest of the slow, had more range and more power and more speed than this electric sports car, muscle car, and with Wake the Neighbors loud sound. And I'm not surprised at this.
Yeah, I think I watched Kyle out of spec on that one. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, why?
Yeah.
What a waste of corporate money.
Yep. And so we're going to click into that and see if anything has changed on it. I doubt anything actually has changed on it. But if it has, then we'll know why. Close that down. Cybertruck, I told you everything we need to know about it. Porsche blames electrification for deepening crisis. If the crisis is that they're selling less Porsches, perhaps you should have been more serious about your Taycan. We told you it was happening. America's EV outlook just got bleaker. China isn't slowing down. Maybe we shouldn't be protectionist about it. U.S., China, U.S., Europe, Canada, circling the wagons isn't going to make our cars any better. We need to just actually do the work and outclass them as far as making our cars more appealing than theirs. And yes, they do have the whole thing that their Communist Party and their government is making it cheaper and easier to do. But that's our thing. We can just outdo them, like make it so they're cheap yummy cars, as we would have said back in the day. I don't know how you would properly say it today. Are just not appealing, and that's how you win. Just 100% tariffs and all this and that. I mean, it'll work for a while, but then eventually you'll only be able to sell your cars inside your region, and then you go out of business. So.
I thought Brian White's travel over there was very insightful, right. Yes. Especially for people that aren't as deeply geeked into it as us and more just looking at the big picture.
Yeah.
I thought, given his limited resources, like not having a Chinese phone,
right,
that he did an awesome job on that.
Yeah. Check out for that report. Check out the Futuraza channel, and then also check out he came and did a show on the Tesla Life where covered what it was like, and they've got some solid products. And We can.
Well, I had
be-
emailed you, forwarded an email to you, I believe, where Toyota has all the Japanese in the United States. They have their preferred temporary agencies or long-term contract agencies to
Yeah.
get people.
Yeah.
And one of theirs had reached out to me, and I forwarded to you saying, "What do you think?" And I didn't mean about the job per se for me,
Yeah.
as it looks like, because they were really intent when I talked to them on the phone about the international travel.
Yeah.
And
Well, that'd be fun right there.
it sounds like they're putting in extra inspection stations on their battery assembly lines or on their electric vehicle assembly lines to thoroughly check the process. So I'm thinking,
That's good.
well, what was wrong with the old process?
Well, you've got two things you want to worry about here. You don't want to end up like all the people who had some type of LG cell and had to recall them, stop them, or they started catching fire. You don't want that. And then part of the lingering reputation on the Chinese cars is that they weren't as thoroughly QC'd. And so making more of the QC gets rid of both the stigma and the problems that came from when that case was true. So it's a one stone, two bird situation there. VW ID Buzz is a minivan without rear seat cup holders. We talked about this one. That piece of plastic they're going to stick in there, they could put some cup holders in it. Because we found out that the third row of the ID Buzz was too wide. Was that last week or the week before? Volkswagen, real car names are so back. VW will soon scrap.
I've got another quick question only a Tesla person could answer.
What you got?
So I've been watching the outlets, the electrical add-on, so you can run different auxiliary equipment. Like in my van, I didn't realize how many of the old-fashioned cigarette lighter outlets are in my van.
Yeah.
And it was easy. They just took out the little plug-in cigarette lighter and made all the adapters for all your equipment.
Yeah.
Do the Teslas have those old-fashioned cigarette lighter type adapters for whether it's your laptop or in my case, a heater, a cook stove, and everything else?
Yes and no. X and Y have two, one in the front, one in the back. Model 3 has one. Well, at least it did before Highland. I haven't checked the Highland. Cybertruck has none because it has both, the AC on board, and it also doesn't have 12 volts, so there's no need for a 12-volt socket.
Yeah, the 40 and different.
But what they do have is high-powered USB-C. So they've got 60-watt everywhere on there, so that each of their ports can run a laptop. So you can run 4 non-gaming laptops or 4 gaming laptops that just drain slower. And if you started,
wow,
yeah. And then of course you've got the 120s that you could do that as well. So not bad.
Yeah, I'm using an inverter to hook to my battery. A 3,000 watt inverter hooked to my battery.
Yep. So they've got 2 on the crossovers and 1 on the sedan. Model S also has 1. The Plaid I was in had the 2, so I would say that the S still has the 1. Yeah. Lucid will ramp up European.
So throughout the years, they did at least have the old-fashioned cigarette, because there's an awful lot of aftermarket products for those type of adapters.
Yes, there are.
You go to the truck, any that's where I go.
Yeah.
Any of the big truck places, truck stop places.
They got some cool stuff. But the cool thing is that now a lot of it can be powered with USB-C. In fact, you can probably do a USB-C to 12-volt socket. Usually it's the other way around what you want to do, but I bet you they have that. Like my router is meant to go in the back of a police car or front of a bus, and it came with a 12-volt socket and a AC wall outlet, and I just replaced it with a USB-C in, and it just runs fine. Let's see. Could Mazda build a rotary hybrid? Yeah.
I'm going to go get my 3,000 watt inverter out of the front seat. I know it's got a USB port on it. I want to see what the rating on that is.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting to find out for me.
Okay. Robert has his hand up. What's you got, Robert?
Right. Yeah. I'll go from where you last finished off with the cigarette lighters. A lot of those are lower voltage and won't run a lot of things, and they can cause problems. So you plug them in, and they just simply won't run the other things. You can buy those stuff that have got that adapter on them, and they wouldn't run at the wattage that you said, or the volts even. They were lower volts. They were 1.5 instead of 5 V, and then the wattage was lowered down as that. So other people have bought those power banks that you can plug in to the cigarette one. And I was talking to another guy at the charger, which is on those other things I sent you. He had a mobile thing. When it folds out like the only thing I can describe it to you, it folds out like that guy on the Big Bang when he was doing his laundry. It folds up and it folds it in, doing the things. But it folds over the car and it goes over the windows and the other thing. And I asked him, I said, and he said, yeah, it does the power bank, and he can also plug it into the charger, to the electric one, or into his car, but also to that box thing that he's charged it to. It's got all the outlets, and he was doing that. He said, yeah, and it covers it up. It keeps things. I said, well, what about the wind? How does it stay there? And he said, there's magnets and suction cups, so that it stays to the vehicle, that it doesn't fly off. But also, it's keeping the car cool as well. Yeah. But it folds out, so it comes down over the side windows, and then it folds up into a nice, neat thing to go back in your trunk, or in fact the bag that it comes in. And I thought that looked pretty good, because you can plug it into that cigarette lighter or directly to your battery to charge your car if you had any issues there as well.
Nice.
So I mean, there was a lot of good stuff, but I didn't film him because I didn't want to upset him. But he was nice to me, showing me what he'd had, because he was having trouble at the other charger, not being able to charge, and other people came who was able to charge afterwards. And he said, well, I've done it now and put it on there, just got enough to keep going. They were going up the coast. They were coming from England somewhere, and yeah, they were just stopping having a drink at the other charger where those pictures I sent you. But I had a chat with a few of the people, and some said they'd had a few failed, and then had to reboot their charging. But they were okay afterwards. And they're sitting there then with the drink, so that gets them to sell the drinks, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So that was that one there. And there's a few other things I tried to send you that I couldn't, but there's lots of stuff you can see, and it's good for you, whatever. Yeah. But yeah, I went up to all the chargers and the new ones, and that one when I passed the hospital. But I did get a bit of hate for some people, so I had to be careful with that. They weren't sorry. Not people that had the cars, the people that were passing. They were saying stuff, so I had to just be careful. And then I saw the Rolls Royce last night, and they charged it up at the other place. So that's the electric Rolls Royce. I did say I saw it when it was in Camera, if you remember, quite a few months ago.
Yeah. Pretty cool stuff.
So that blue Rolls Royce outside the Plascoch.
Nice. Let's see. Server cabin optimized business. Data collection operators for optimized pods. Interesting. Okay. And we'll do one more site. I pulled up a couple articles, and then we'll call it a day. Let's do electric. Just to see what they're up to. They do have some strong opinions. But,
here we.
Huh?
I knocked myself out.
Oh.
Speaking of my outlets, my old cigarette, I know they are powered by a 60 amp fuse.
Yeah.
So I've replaced it, and it says the power outlets.
Yeah.
I don't know if that also sub feeds over to my USB connectors. I mean, I had the car 3 years, but I realized there's one in the glove box, so you can. Yeah, but I put 2 pictures. I'll try posting them up here. But sadly, this and I connected it to a pair of jumper cables, so we're not worried about amperage on the unit here. I don't even have to calculate it. These things are big.
There you go.
Output 115 volts, 60 hertz. Yep, I power everything on it. The USB cable shows me no port shows me no rating. It just shows 3 120 standard outlets in the USB, 4,000 watt peak, 2 to 3,000 continuous. Well, it's one or the other. That I don't know. A little disappointed in the labeling.
Yeah. But like Robert said, if you do with a lithium box in the middle as a buffer, you'll find that they perform better than if they run straight off the car. So this article here talking about Cybertruck trade-ins, we'll look into that. But I got a email from Tesla the other day saying that my reservation price lock is going to expire in the middle of June 15th. So the price lock being the FSD at $7,000 instead of whatever current price is, which is currently $8,000. They want to move the metal, and they're lucky. We'll know by June if I am going to do it or not. So they'll make them feel better and me, because they'll be certain. Line Fox adds 30 for electric semi.
You're talking about the Cybertruck, not your new Model X that they're going to have you buy, right?
Cybertruck, the Model X. I'm hoping there's a new model before a new Model X before I look at. I don't want to. There's nothing wrong with the Plaid and that generation. I just, I don't want to buy it right when they make another new one. You know what I mean? I like to get the new one.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Harbinger is still around. That's pretty cool to see. Medium duty EREV with 500-mile range. Oh, it's EREV. It's got gas in it. That's fine. Cheapest TVs we can find. Bollinger. I thought they were done. Bollinger circles the drain as court cases debts pull it down. Okay. 1.3 gigawatt Indiana solar farm will power 200,000 homes. That's cool. Oh wow, there we go. BYD's funky new K car spotted testing. And look at the new Mini EV. Oh my goodness. So BYD has leveled their sights straight on Japan. This is what we were just talking about with the whole China situation here in the Western world. You circle the wagon, it'll get you for a little while, but the Japanese automakers weren't even doing that. They were just like pretending that electric didn't exist. So look what's knocking on their door. There's nowhere else they're going to sell that but the Japanese market and the leftovers in China. I mean, there's nothing wrong with this. But you can tell that's aimed straight at the K car market. Toyota, Mazda, Nissan should have been paying attention, but you weren't. Talking about all that hydrogen crap. Nissan had some stuff, but they didn't want to do it. Put their CEO out in an instrument case, that sort of thing. You know what? We'll look at this because I'm curious. F1 Lightning, 150 Lightning is back. Green deals, Dodge is scrapping the cheaper Charger EV, but the Scat Pack will get a price cut. Okay, so now we don't need to discuss that Charger. Now that we know what the deal is, just from the headline. Where is it at so I can close it? Well, we'll find it and I'll close it. Honda Prologue and the Chevy Equinox charge up electric vehicle sales in the U.S. Yes, they do. Mazda's 20,000 EZ6 sedan is getting a sporty upgrade. So this is the one they're not selling in the States. Another Tesla board member to cash checks lunch to the brand. They're talking about the Chipotle guy that we saw at the on the other side as we were scrolling. Despite ongoing war in Ukraine, Hyundai is positioning a return to Russia? Question mark. Uh-oh. Sanctions mean something, and that could get messy if they what do you guys call it? Not slug-in. When the strike breakers? What do they call the strike breakers?
The scabs.
Scabs. There we go. Yeah, scabbing it up is not good. India's Waaree is to double its solar module output at its Texas factory. That's good to see. Hyundai's new EVs are surprisingly affordable, as they should be in volume. Save $2,000 on Jackery's home power. The Jackery product, I just feel it's overpriced for what you get compared to their competition. It's solid, but it's just overpriced for what you get. Because for less, you get more from the competition. Ram's once again delaying its first electric truck and the second one. Company returns entire Tesla vehicle fleet because of Musk. Oh, wow. We heard about some companies canceling their order, but this is interesting. A large Danish construction company announced it returned its entire corporate fleet of vehicles because of Musk. Wow. I think that's all we need on that. I don't really need to stir that up here, but that's just a lot to see. Charge smarter, live simpler. No panel upgrade needed. Elect balances EV charging with your home's power load. Is this an advertisement? Yeah, it is a sponsored post. This looks a little too too much like an ad. It was. Nissan N7 EV sets a record in China, securing 10,000 orders in 18 days. Well, you go, Nissan. Look at that. Tesla loses engineering exec behind energy products. That's unfortunate. Toyota's new EV is getting an off-road upgrade. Here's our first look at the BZ Woodland. And apparently they already had an off-road one besides the Solterra. Arc Boats announces a new, cheaper Arc Coast Center Console electric boat. We've covered them before. Let's see if this is affordable by normal people or if it's still a luxury toy. Archer Aviation, we talked about briefly. Royal Enfield's Flying Flea electric motorcycles launch early next year. We'll talk about them early next year. Xpeng is...
Mr. Green, is Archer the one out of the city of Detroit that Sandy Monroe's so fond of?
They could be. eVTOL developer Archer Aviation has signed off. It doesn't say in the first paragraph. Xpeng ST's the new next generation P7 sedan is sleek. Tesla has yet to start testing its robotaxi service without drivers weeks before launch. Well, I mean, we'll see what happens in June, right? Rivian CEO RJ Scaringe shares more detailed images of R2's Maximus drive unit. We'll take a look at that. R2 is going to be a hit. And then the R3 is going to be even more of a hit. EV sales are up, Tesla sales are down, new electric Toyota goodness. FERC, solar plus wind made up 98% of new U.S. power generating capacity in 2021 Q1, 2025 Q1. Great. Lucid is ramping its global expansion in Europe and other markets. Another Japanese automaker is now evaluating EV plans, re-evaluating EV plans. Hopefully that's for the better, but it could also mean they're backing off even further than they already started at, which is just stupid. Porsche added 97,000 more charging stations to its app. Good on them. New pay deal for Musk. BYD's low-cost EV hits dealerships meet the new E7. Range Rover's first electric SUV is almost here, and over 61,000 have joined the waitlist. I mean, if you're into Range Rovers, it looks exactly like what you'd expect, right? But it has a plug. That's what you want. Robin has made more than 5 times the next best paid chair, a role Musk said was useless. For someone useless, he's paying her a lot, isn't he? Urban Link nearly doubles the order of the Regent electric sea gliders, transport over 4 million passengers a year. So this is the one that I thought was the seaplane, but it's really the ground effect plane. But it's a water effect, ground effect. So it's cool to see. They've got some orders in. Toyota is bringing back the sleek new electric SUV to the US. Check out the 2026 CH-R EV. So that's something we discussed last week briefly. So we'll skip it again. How one of the only profitable electric motorcycle companies got there with street legal dirt bikes. What's the brand? Barcelona-based Stark Future. 1 in 4 cars sold in 2025 will be EVs, and that's just the beginning. Thank you, China. Thank you, Norway. Thank you. The few folks are actually all in on EVs. Global EV sales up. Is your state at risk? These 15 states face huge job losses if the IRA is repealed. What can we say? They told us that they were going to do. Yeah, right? They told us what they were going to do. For those of you that were listening only, that was another political comment, and I commented on it and scrolled on by. BYD had its best sales week of 2025 with 68,000 registrations in 1 week. That's incredible. Tariff stall U.S. battery momentum as China powers ahead. Well, I mean, the batteries in our grid batteries are mostly Chinese batteries. So that's an interesting one. Oh, I didn't realize that the factor there was flipping. That's kind of cool. While the Optimus is dancing. I don't know the utility of the flip, but the fact that it can do it means it won't fall as much. But that is both cool and scary there. Nissan pulls the plug on 1 billion EV battery plant and more alarm bells go off. All right, so we are now going to discuss the ones I pulled out, and then we'll go from there. Let's go ahead on over to this first one. Share instead. Close that one. Top states for U.S. EV share, 13 states. We've got, I was going to ask if they were all the California emission states. The answer is so far, yes, they are. California, Colorado, Washington, 24.6%. D.C., big enough to be a state as far as population is concerned. Oregon, New Jersey, Hawaii, Vermont, Maryland, Nevada, Massachusetts, Delaware, Massachusetts is lower than I would have expected. Delaware, Connecticut, and then Virginia. Just kind of ekes on by. And Virginia just eked on in to the California emission states a couple of years ago. Oh, there we go. Moving on. The best solar power countries will shock you. So, solar power countries will shock you. Okay, so we've got Netherlands. That is a surprise to me. At 1547 watts per capita in 2024. Australia does not surprise me with their high power rates, plentiful sunshine, 1448 watts per capita. And Germany at 1198, despite their power crises, multiple power crises. Countries with the highest penetration are Greece. Did not expect that. Netherlands, Spain, Hungary, Chile, Australia, Germany, Estonia, Cyprus, Israel, Malta, Lithuania, and Poland. Wow. None of the ones I expected to see on the list are, except for Australia. Or was that Austria? Hold on 1 second. Yeah, Australia is on there. So that was one of the ones I expected to see on there. Wow. Okay, and about the same. Add some more. The EU, Brazil, Bulgaria. Oof. The US is not doing so hot there at 7.9. All right, moving on to the next one. We've got the whole Chinese situation that we were concerned with all week on the news. So last story this week about Chinese-made panels having hidden communications devices embedded in them. The panels do not. No. The inverters, yes. But this seems like a deliberate scare tactic by a failed U.S. administration to push back against renewable energy in order to tip the oil and methane buddies sells more of their climate-killing products. It does sound like that. So I noted it. It slid it into the corner of the spaghetti that passes my brain and forgot about it. Then today, several outlets have picked up the story, reported first by Reuters, and provided more details. I heard that too, and was like, this is crap, and kept on going. But as Steve pointed out, I also said, why is this coming up again? The cause of concern is the communication devices discovered in the inverter. Such devices are common in the industry. They allow manufacturers to update the software in their products after they are manufactured. Those of us who drive electric cars are always talking about it. Yes, over-the-air updates. Just yesterday, Tesla sent me an update that allows me to choose 2 different settings for how far the hatch of my Model Y opens, depending on location. And now I can set it not to bump into the garage door at home, but still open all the way when loading groceries. Hosanna! But wait, there's more. Now I can choose the language on my touchscreen from an expanded menu of choices. Well, the wonders never cease. Come to think of OTA as a wonderful thing. When Consumer Reports complained about the braking performance of Tesla and its fleet, the company came up with a software fix practically overnight. The people who have access to full self-driving are continuously getting updates. Yes, we are. Even us legacy folks. Now it happens seamlessly in the background. Life is good. Problem here, and those communication devices found in Chinese solar panels were not disclosed. So this is very much like the crane I told you guys about on wherever I talked about it at. There were some cranes found with the 4G chips installed and active and service running, despite the fact that the company had elected not to get the 4G chips for their cranes. And obviously, if they didn't want the modems, they weren't going to pay for the service. So what's going on there? That did not look good. This sounds like that. Those communication devices found in Chinese panels were not disclosed in the documentation by the manufacturers. According to Gizmodo, this means that they were intentionally hidden. It does sound like that. If those devices were documented, end users would routinely install a firewall to prevent malicious behavior. Could they? Or are you saying these are plugged into the network and they're just getting out on their own? Which is also not good. But since they were hidden, the people who bought and installed the solar panels did not know to implement such defensive strategies. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Perhaps firewalls should be routinely used. However, I get not spending the kind of money you would need for enterprise-grade firewalls for solar panels if you think your solar panels are local only. And then the only question I have then is, if they are supposed to be local only, why did you give them an internet connection? So, but if they all had 4G chips in them with service, like the crane, that would be harder to defend against, especially since they weren't documented. So what do you ask? Does an inverter do? The inverter takes DC power, turns it to AC power. Duh. Yes, baby.
That one for you.
What one for me? Oh, ice cream?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And one for me.
And one for you. You better not waste it. She likes to open my ice cream and then not eat it. Cookie Witch. Possibility exists that the recently discovered communication devices in the inverters, some of these Chinese-made solar panel. The inverters of the panels. Okay, so they're branded together, sold as a package. Makes sense, because the panels, you would see if there's some extra stuff on it. Could be instructed to remotely shut down the inverters, thereby depriving the grid of electricity, just as the Chinese Navy is storming ashore in San Diego as part of an invasion in the United States. That is super high-fetched, because one, we would see them coming across the ocean, and two, well, depending on how they shut them down, you could just turn them back on. Pardon me. I don't want to waste it myself. Just sit there melting my hand.
Yeah, but those Chinese air balloons made it pretty far into the country before anybody said anything.
Yeah. Well, before we did anything, I thought we saw it pretty quick. But then people wanted to shoot it down over populated cities.
Nothing got done. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we shot at it after it already passed over the whole country.
That's as reassuring as my living next to a nuclear reactor that's ready to blow, Davis Bessie, and the Toledo oil refinery, that it just has minor explosions on a continuous level.
Mm-hmm.
So I lived a life of Riley here in Toledo.
Mm-hmm. Probably should have shot it down before it got over the country.
That you would think.
Yeah.
Like Seattle.
Yeah.
Oregon. Vancouver.
Over some cornfield. Now, it may seem, well, also the other point is that if you're sending a balloon, that means your satellites aren't good. Because if you have to get closer and you have to risk getting caught, it means your satellites don't have the capability to do what you need. Just saying. Now, it may seem like hyperbole to some, and it is, but in the superheated political environment of the U.S. today, it could be no surprise that this has become an issue. We all welcome the global market, Starlink, Internet of Things, over-the-air updates, but what do we actually know about the chatter that flies around the digital world? It's a fair question. I have no idea what was in the update.
I sent you DM about the other things they've got 4G in the smoke alarms and carbon detectors now. I didn't know that until I looked closely at the 4G. I've sent you both as well. There's microphones in there, not just a transmitter, and they are listening.
Yeah, mine's got microphones in it and a motion sensor. Used to be able to wave it off, but they didn't calibrate it correctly, so they just turned off the wave feature. And now the manufacturers abandoned them. So I get to buy all new ones, but I'm not going to do it till the 10 years are up on these ones because they still work. But what I like about them is at night, they light up the ground, a nice soft white light. They network to each other, and they also turn off my furnace if there's a gas leak detected. Because it's the same manufacturer. It's also
these ones are screwed into the ceiling, and they go powered off the lights. There is a battery backup, but they make a hole and then run them up to the light socket.
Yeah, same here. And they're also one of the few devices in my house that can actually detect the power outage. So I don't know where they're getting their power from. But when the power goes out and I go to battery, they say there is no power to the house. I'm like, you're right. They must be connected somewhere where the solar is connected to have that problem.
I've got what'll sound like the dumbest question, but I don't know the answer, so I'm going to ask.
Okay.
If I have a Bluetooth vehicle,
Mhm.
let's say an ICE vehicle,
Mhm.
does that mean I don't need my internet for my cell phone?
You will.
I can just use the car's Bluetooth?
The Bluetooth will work mostly from the phone to the car. But if the car had a hotspot, then you wouldn't need a connection.
But for that, I'd need something like an OnStar or a Tesla or something. Would that be right?
Yep. And a multi-feed.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Come to think, these communications are one way, but they're not. Just like Robert was saying, they're not one way. Not necessarily. Is Tesla gathering information about you every time you drive? Absolutely. What do they do with the data? Who knows? Musk says he's being a friend to humanity, bringing the internet to remote parts of the world. Who knows? He says a lot of stuff. There was a story last year about a Russian general who bought a Cybertruck and outfitted it with a machine gun mounted in the load bed. There's a lot of speculation about how he got the vehicle. But after videos went viral, the warlord complained his truck had been bricked by Musk in retaliation for his exploits. That may seem hard to believe unless you think back more than a decade to the reveal of the Tesla Model X. The start of the event was delayed by several hours when one of the attendees complained Musk personally deleted his reservation. This is true. This guy was complaining about the quality of the shrimp and the other hors d'oeuvres. And Musk said, "Here's your money back. I don't want you as a customer. Get out." The guy was known in the industry as a complainer. BMW had fired him as a customer prior to Tesla. So it's not unprecedented, but it's rare. Timothy says, greetings, Timothy. As far as the warlord saying his car was bricked, none of the Cybertrucks was supposed to be out of the States at the time. So what probably happened is the car phoned home and said, I'm way outside the States during the period where resales were prohibited. And I doubt that the car stopped moving. I think what he meant by bricked was like the radio turned off and the GPS stopped working and all the other stuff that was dependent on Tesla's internet connection.
Well, they did make it pretty clear, did they not, that if you tried reselling it within a year or you took it outside of the limits, you're in trouble.
Yeah, there was they would sue you. They said, we are going to sue you. And they did a couple people. They sued a couple people. So it was a risk that they knew they were taking. Sorry. Huh?
I got a question on that topic.
Yeah, what you got?
We didn't have stuff. strawberry.
You ate all the strawberries.
Well, it's Teslarati. He went up to the North Pole, right?
That would be Teslatino, so Raphael and Bearded Tesla.
That's Latino. Yeah.
I can bring you on to shopping.
When he did that, wasn't it within a year?
On the rig.
Yeah, but he didn't take it out. Like, Canada was allowed, and Mexico excursions were allowed.
Okay.
Yeah.
The strawberry eat all, and then we need to buy more strawberry that is in the
Do we
I
strawberry.
just thought if you apply for the
For
visa for that work pass, that it's not going to be living there, and then it's coming back.
Right. Yeah, just like the Cybertruck in the UK. Like, it is allowed in Norway, where
and
it's
buy
owned, but not in the
blueberry,
UK.
buy strawberry, because I like it.
Blueberry and strawberries because you like them?
Yeah.
How about after the doctor tomorrow, if you're feeling okay, we might stop at the grocery store and buy some strawberries and blueberries, okay?
Okay. Ah!
Get your foot off the screen. Get your foot off the screen. Don't roll your eyes. Don't roll your eyes. You're in the South. Some old person gonna smack you. I'm not gonna smack you. Am I old? Well, I guess I am old to you, but old to me. Somebody old to me might smack you. I'm not gonna guarantee you there'll be giant strawberries like the one you had last time, but there'll be strawberries. There's fist-sized strawberries. I'm like, what?
I don't know why you buy big strawberry.
Because we just picked strawberries, and while the car was stuck, we had did a grocery delivery because I didn't want to waste any of the miles to get her to her procedure, and so they delivered us these giant strawberries.
The blue ear that didn't go ear. Mommy felt wrong.
She put wrong.
Yeah.
It's jelly and peanut butter.
Yeah, that's bingo and bluey blue. And
Bingo and Bluey.
yeah, that's it.
What are they doing to my food?
No,
Shouldn't they be in Australia?
no, they're bread. They can talk. They can talk. They're bread.
Is bread that can't talk? That's right.
Cause they're blue and that thing.
The plate is blue, but the bread is not.
And they're blue and orange touch.
Yeah, the cantaloupe Mom just set down there is orange. Yeah. She gave me a bowl of cantaloupe.
Blue and yellow.
Excuse me, blue and yellow.
Yeah, and orange touch. It's bingo and bluey favorite. And they're in my iPad. I can watch it and play. No, there's only Wi-Fi in my iPad.
Oh, why would you crush the box? That's where your cards go. Let put your cards in it. Don't crush the box.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Under it, every banana. Under it is strawberry and blueberry. When we stop in supermarket, when we stop in doctor, we take the supermarket with
The supermarket has the blueberries and the strawberries?
yeah, when we stop in doctor, we can.
After the doctor, because we need to see that you feel good.
When we stop in supermarket, we can go by store in blueberry, and we can when I go to dairy and go to the top and go bottom and that way and go that way and.
It's a map too. It's not just a picture of fruits.
They help me pick one food what I go by and thought I want blueberry and strawberry when we stop in
Blueberry and strawberries. I got you. I understand.
And blueberry
and blueberries and strawberries. I hear you.
Thought when they stop.
What color is a blueberry on the inside?
Blue and star.
No, blueberry is blue on the outside. What color is a blueberry on the inside?
Oh, star, and I see 2 stars.
2 stars. What color is a strawberry on the
I
inside?
see 2 stars, and Star, 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 star.
What color is the strawberry on the inside? The blueberry is red on the inside.
Hello?
And the
Hello?
strawberry is red and white on the inside.
I say he don't have ear.
Who doesn't have ears?
He don't have ear.
Who doesn't have ears?
You can see because you listen high. Because you can see.
Oh, the people on the screen of the Amazon box?
Yeah, and he don't have
He
ear.
didn't have an ear.
Yeah.
What happened to his ear?
He don't have ear. Touch him have around him and touch him don't have it.
Oh, that sounds painful.
Him have around him and touch him don't have ear.
Ear?
Yeah, he don't have it.
Not ears.
He don't have an ear up there,
Ear
right?
up there.
He don't have ear up there, right, rabbit?
Like a rabbit.
He don't have ear up there, right, rabbit?
I see. I think. I understand, I think I should say. I didn't see. Yeah, you're right.
I need to write the one which I do.
Echo's not listening. See, it's orange. See, I can say Echo all day, and mine didn't answer, but I apologize for everybody else who just answered everybody saying
I need to write in the room what which I do say in your room, and I need to tell him what.
Okay. Well, let's talk to these people about what were we talking about last? Before I had interrupted, we were talking about firmware updates. Yeah.
I sit on your leg.
You sit on my leg.
I sit on your leg next.
Okay, you can sit on my leg.
I sit on your leg next to Echo.
Hi.
What's she doing?
Well, who's doing?
What's she?
Your sister should be asleep. Oh no, she's not asleep. I hear her.
Why are you watching?
She needs to wake up. She needs to mom. She sleep too many hours.
You don't have to wake her up to eat. When she wants to eat, she'll wake up.
Yeah, she needs to wake up and eat.
You don't have to wake her up. She'll wake up and eat.
I should open when this. They say we stop. Bobby.
Okay, but don't yell in people's ears.
Bobby.
Uncle, don't do that.
Bobby.
Hey, don't do that.
Bobby.
Ma'am.
Why you open it?
So they can hear me and I can hear them.
And you can hear. Ah. What's going on me? What's
I put your headphones on you. That's what. So, the great power in the hands of someone who can be so petty should be a concern to all of us. Yeah, it should.
Why you come in my room?
We've done it. The Chinese companies already banned for supplying such technologies as 5G towers. Ma'am, we're already talking. You don't need to dominate the conversation. People wearing headphones, driving their car. You don't need to scare them. Okay, so Chinese companies are already banned from supplying such technologies, and Congress forced the removal of battery storage system at Camp Lejeune because it was supplied by cattle. And the Chinese battery manufacturer. Yeah, you're Bluey on your dress is eating an ice cream. That's right.
Yeah, ice cream, not yellow ice cream, black ice cream.
It's not black ice cream. It's yellow ice cream.
Not yellow ice cream, black ice cream.
Is it being paranoid? Probably, but maybe not. I would say look at where you're deploying them. Because if it's just some farm in Iowa, they might not care. But if it's at a government facility, the risks are higher. That's my thought on this whole situation, and we'll see how it plays out. Also, look at some signal blocking, like the guy said. Firewalls are important.
I bully on the bully did have bully on the van. Bully did cut. I love bully.
You like Bluey?
Yeah, and
Okay.
I like bully on the way. But they bully on the way cut. I love it too.
Mhm. All right. Well, don't drag the headphones down. You're gonna fall and close on yourself.
I like.
Have a good trip. Ah! I don't, the wired headphones are great, except for that one situation where you got a 3-year-old dragging in your cord. All right, so 2 new renewable energy technologies that might just work. Undersea storage for renewable energy, charge and discharge. That looks interesting, like pressurized with pumped hydro. That's kind of cool. And what else do we got? It's the same thing. The wind sphere is better than solar panels. I mean, when it's blowing, most of the wind turbines do make more power than a lot of panels. Bladeless design, omnidirectional. This particular technology they're describing here in the diagram needs more development. All right. Inside EV says the 2026 GM Hummer EV just got even more outrageous with 1160 horsepower. The 2026 Hummer EV will race to 60 in just 2.8 seconds. So it's caught up with my Model X while weighing another 1,000 pounds. Not bad. And also having an additional drive motor. And an additional steer axle. Oh, I'm sorry. 9,000 pounds, an additional 3,000 pounds, not just one. Even quicker. 2.8 seconds, all-terrain tires, 22-inch carbon fiber wheels. Michigan. It's as big as a king-size mattress and weighed nearly 3,000 pounds, same as an entire BYD Seagull. 600 pounds more than a Mazda MX-5 Miata. They're talking about the battery itself of the Hummer. So 200 plus kilowatt hour battery. Yes, it's this gigantic battery. So king-size mattress size slab of lithium. Weighs 3,000 pounds on its own. So the truck weighs as much as my car does with the battery. And then their battery weighs almost as much as my whole Model S. Or talking like 50 pounds shy of a whole Model 3. Interesting. The major addition is what GM calls king crab mode. So they had crab mode, now they have king crab mode, which make the rear wheels steer faster than the front wheels. Oh, interesting. To make the EV more maneuverable in tight off-road conditions. That sounds more useful than crab mode, actually. So I don't blame them for that. Or EV already had all-wheel steering, which has become more common on large, high-end sedans and SUVs. Model year 2022 through 2025 will also get this feature through an over-the-air software update later this year. We just talked about OTA, right? So you'll get king crab mode if you already gave them hundreds of thousands of dollars or a discount for your Hummer EV. It's nice to see GM finally giving some stuff to customers without saying, "Hey, you got to buy the new one for that." I complain all the time about my Chevy Volts, about the little stuff they made me pay for a whole new car for. My car was like a near lemon, so we worked a deal to get out of it, get into the new one. But that's neither here nor there. I love the EV concept, Hummer EV concept, but why not make it a reasonable luxury SUV that isn't too heavy to drive legally on some roads? While that is a solid point, at the same time, my vehicle is not allowed to cross the Brooklyn Bridge. My electric minivan with the doors that go like this cannot cross the Brooklyn Bridge legally. So it's too heavy. Chevy Blazer versus EV Cadillac Lyriq. How different are they? I imagine not all that much. They're basically the same. I thought this was about Honda versus everybody else versus what they're built on. Who made this? Watch on YouTube. For instance, while both offer all-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive, the Blazer also offers front-wheel drive. Interesting. That makes the Blazer EV one of the only cars in history to offer front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, or all-wheel drive. That is rare. And I did not know that was an option. That's kind of cool.
Yep, just like the Cavalier.
Yeah. The electric Dodge Charger RT is dead, and that's for sure just the RT. So we can skip that because we talked about it already from the headline of the other one. Cybercab and Optimus business were teased by Musk, meaning what? Recently responded positively to rather underrated business idea for the Cybercab and Optimus. While Cybercab is designed for autonomous robotaxi services, and the self-driving car, together with Optimus, could operate a completely
Mic
different
check,
business.
please.
I hear you.
Yep, I hear you.
Cybercab haulers. Musk comment came as a response to financial markets researcher, this person, who noted on a post on X that the vast majority of Tesla Cybercab fleet will be inactive at night due to a low transportation demand. During these periods, the robotaxis could be used as autonomous delivery vehicles that could be loaded with Optimus. The humanoid robot can even be inside the Cybercab to facilitate deliveries. Oh, that's kind of cool. You could have a FedEx competition or Amazon delivery competition of Optimus, even though Optimus doesn't need to be there to drive the cab. Optimus could be a passenger and then deliver stuff to you all night long. That's actually a pretty good idea. As well as you could use a Cybercab to just deliver Optimus. So you could put 3 of them across. They don't need to wear seatbelts. And then you could put 2 in the trunk. So they just get out and walk into your place where you're delivering them to. And that's just assuming you didn't want them like stacked on top of each other. You could put more in if you were going to do that. Musk's response was simple, exactly. But does that show that Tesla's considering other businesses? It doesn't show that, but it's true. During OCC usage.
I was just having a flashback of that movie that I Robot one
Yes.
with Will Smith, and
Where they're all stacked up.
when they were on that thing coming jumping off at him. Yeah. Oh my god.
All the necessary parts. The Cybercab's design does seem to be tailor-made for a parcel delivery business. It does. That big trunk. The Cybercab is a small car and it features only 2 seats. However, they carry an extremely large trunk, quite large, or quite too large for such a small vehicle. In a way, Tesla engineers previously stated that the space inside the Cybercab's trunk could be enough to fit 2 full-size carry-ons and 2 full-size checked bags at once, even some bicycles. Needless to say, Tesla seems to have designed the Cybercab to be capable of delivering a lot of cargo. Yeah, but at the same time, this would be temporary or small parcel type thing, because you've got the van. So if you put the van with no seats, if it just the 16 passenger model that we saw demonstrated, rather than the small bus model that they talked about, that would be a huge idea for cargo, because it's got the 2 trunks, the one in the front and the one in the back, and and then you've got all that cargo space in the inside, access through the side doors. They're onto something here. And you can even do 2 Optimuses if you needed a heavy lift or a forklift or whatever. Interesting. So on the Tesla Live show, we talked about the Optimus dance videos, and let's see what the VP key insights are. More coming shortly. The team has been working very hard in the background, entirely trained in simulation with real life. Many optimizations and fixes have been put in place in our sim to real training code. The cable is there in case of a fall, not actually holding the bot since. Oh, I didn't even notice the cable before. Share over here. And, the cable is there in case of a fall, not actually holding the bot since this is an early result, which will get more stable quickly. 0-shot transfer. Well, is it 0-shot, or did you end up doing some tweaking after the transfer to the real Optimus? Oh, that's kind of cool. So they're saying that everything that went into the sim went into the bot. That's kind of cool to see. Let's go back. If you wrote an article on one tweet, that's going to be disappointing. Not that we haven't seen it before. Okay, and they said more. A little more and no cables this time. It's all real speed, zero CGI, learned in simulation. Besides the fact that it's fun, we also had to make significant improvements in our bot. Model moved in sim, domain randomization, and other techniques, which will directly transfer to more practical situations, as well as robust walking and agile full body control in general. We also learned quite a few things on the hardware and tuned our power profile. I hope it's getting pretty clear that Tesla is much more than an amazing car company. It's also the place to be for transformational real-world AI. And then they've got the damn thing and such. Interesting. And let's see, was there another tweet? That's it. Cool stuff. Tesla battery supplier feels pressure to expedite U.S. production. So China tariffs linger. Panasonic is feeling pressure to expedite EV cell production at the Kansas plant. Yeah. Chop, chop. Time is running out. That's all we need to see for that. Mysterious covered Tesla vehicle spotted testing in Giga, Texas. Boop, boop. So this will be the new models based on the Y and S, the Y and 3 platforms of the sighting. A video of two mysterious Teslas was shared on social media. Okay. Interesting enough, I was asked about a Model Y driving autonomously out of Giga, Texas, and along its full path at the west end of line facility. Here you go. Actual time was 5 minutes and 44 seconds, but I sped up a few sections for this video. We even see a Cybertruck exiting the Cyber Tunnel. Let's take a look at what Joe said. Now let's take a look at what Joe saw. Complete autonomous. It exited, waits its turn, makes a turn. Clearly a sped up section, but that's fine. And let's see what else we got here. Zooming on through. Oh, it changes lanes. That's kind of cool. A lot of Cybertrucks. A lot of Cybertrucks. Zooming on through. And it makes that turn on the not a public road underneath the highway. My arrows aren't working. Click the arrows to skip ahead. All right, so then now we're where I was going to skip to. It yields, no traffic, just goes on through. No one parked. I guess that's got to be a supervisor. We see that in all the shots. There's just a Model 3 or Model Y just parked out in the gutter there. And then it goes up one block and turns. And Cybertruck coming back this way with the lights flashing. These things coming back, the lights flashing. Are they covered? They looked covered. Cybertruck exited the tunnel. Model Y is going. Another, I gotta think their supervisor car is just parked out there in the middle. They're no longer doing the platoon staging at the lights. Interesting. Yeah, those are charging at the end of line there, or at the end of line, near the shipping area. There's a jump on that one. And Cybertruck is still using that far left lane like exclusively, it seems. There's that Model Y again. Cybertruck's waiting for a human. Model Y is waiting for a human. Another Model Y shows up. We got the airport tug for something. It says airport tug, but it looks like one of those factory pickup trucks. And they're just chilling, waiting on their driver. Okay, so thanks, Joe. Kind of cool to see. So yeah, what were those under the covers there? That's interesting. Model Y performance or a more affordable Tesla? Question mark. That's true. We don't yet have a new Model Y performance, and I suspect that is going to be part of it. Oh, Highlander got kicked out. Let's bring him back. Approve. And then there we go. And it doesn't seem to be taking I've been giving mod permissions to both Robert and Highlander. It hasn't been giving it to either of them.
Mic check, please.
You're there.
Yeah, I can hear you.
And now Robert shows as a speaker. This whole time he's never shown it. Always.
Jason Duchet.
The Spaces hasn't been super reliable. I don't know. I mean, like more so than typical. I don't know what's up with that. Let's call Jason back. Promo to ride the hailing rivals drivers. Interesting. I think they're looking into it a little deeply. It's probably just hey, Lyft and Uber drivers, here's a discount. Tesla details the latest safety edition with new Model Y, which is what? Latest safety feature to come standard has been in development for several years, aims to assist in saving lives while also enabling other safety features. Hello, Muto.
How you wear swimsuit?
You are wearing a swimsuit. Why?
I want to go beach when you have time.
We're going to go to the beach when I have time.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to have thunderstorms. It's not a very good time to go to the beach.
When we start, we can go beach when you have time.
We can, yes. Are you going to go play in the sprinklers or something before the rain?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
or your kiddie pool? I think your kiddie pool's in the shelf up there.
And they have toy.
I don't know. Do you have toys? The beach doesn't have toys. No.
Do we have toy under?
The beach does not have toys. The beach is just sand and water.
And they have sandcastle.
You have to make your own sandcastles.
And they have bucket and.
You have to bring your own buckets.
Yeah. And go. Help down. Down for your shaker.
No, that's not my sugar. Those are the people watching the show.
And in your phone.
Yeah, there's two people on the phone, and
here you.
Yeah, I'm right here too.
You there?
Yeah, if you want to go outside, bring Mako, and you guys can go play in the water until it starts to rain.
And you should pick up me because it's raining and storming.
Well, I shouldn't have to pick you up from the backyard. You should be able to just walk in the door. Go bring your sister, and you guys can go outside and play in the water if you want.
With my sister and the one that has my either.
Have your mommy bring your sister, and then you and mommy can go play in the water.
And mommy bring the whole and my sister and mommy bring her to fair my and mommy. And
if you want to play in the water, have your mommy bring your sister, and then you guys go play in the water before it starts to rain. And once it starts to rain, you got to come inside because it's gonna be a lightning storm.
And mommy can read her to fair my bucket with sand, and mommy.
We don't have any sand. At the beach, yeah, but we don't have any sand in the backyard.
When we have time, we are up to.
It won't be today, but yes, later we can go to the beach. But if you want to go play in the water now, have mommy bring your sister, and then you guys go play before it rains. Okay? Okay. Let's see. The safety feature. Within the past few years, Tesla has been developing an in-cabin radar. Oh yeah, there we go. That's the one that you guys got all the free upgrades for. A lot of the existing cars were called in for a free upgrade. Typical cameras were not detect. Development of in-cabin radar system, FCC documents. There's where it emits from. The company has started using the. There's our first USB failure of the day. And the camera is still on. Look at that. So it looks like just the screen failed. I'm fine with that. Am I frozen is the next question. I might. Oh, no.
Well, Facebook, you know, I've not been able to get you on YouTube.
Oh.
I can get you on YouTube, but it's an hour behind. It's on my end. I tried fixing it.
Okay, so the Bluetooth went away for whatever reason. Yeah, 2 connected devices. Let's go in here. I come back here. And then it's still coming through the wrong speakers in my ear. I don't know if I got louder though. Kind of like a staticky sound. Do you guys hear that from me? The staticky sound is my laptop blowing really hard regardless. So I'm gonna do that now. Stayed up, so we're good. And let's go back to the status here. And let's put more of the house on.
It was okay. It's just the pictures frozen on Facebook.
Pictures frozen on Facebook. It's worse for me. And the laptop fan. It's really weird. If I mute myself, I'll unmute myself. So I find the mouse, which is there. So that's coming from somewhere. I don't know where that's coming from. Oh yeah, so I was putting stuff on the battery. Let's put the furnace and the water heater on the battery. There you go, 200 watts. Take them out of auto mode, confirm. Right now they want to use grid power, let's put them on the battery. There we go. So we should be taking a kilowatt out of the battery. We should, but not. Oh, there we go. We should. And 17 watts for the fridge and the microwave. Let's move the fridge and microwave over to the battery too.
So you're thinking it's atmospheric?
No, I think it's just freaking out because my phone rang and X Spaces has been a bear today. Oh, the fridge did not like me toggling it over to the battery. It saw the transition. It went to 0 for a second. And
It all seems to be back good there.
yeah, it went away there. Oh, thank goodness.
Did he move away from his mic? I
No,
can hear Robert fine. Now I can't hear Kacey barely at all.
I was looking down away from the microphone, but yeah, you guys were on mute when I was hearing the feedback, so it was on my side. Let's see. Let's put the master bedroom on battery too. It's not doing anything, but 33 watts is still some watts off of the. There we go. And basically, what I'm trying to do is, since there is solar coming in and the battery just slammed at 100, I'm trying to bring it back down so solar can take over again. All right, so back to that safety feature. Have they said what they're using the ultrasonic for besides kid left in car reminders?
If it's any consolation, it's about to storm really bad where I'm at.
Yeah, I mean the sky is looking gnarly up front, but the backyard where the solar panels is, it's cooking. And then the site controller for the roof panels, I can't see it because it's offline. And we've blocked the path to it. So eventually I'll be able to go see it. And then after the next power outage, it might reconnect and I'll be able to see. It depends on if it comes up or the modem comes up first. It doesn't want to, it's too far for the Wi-Fi. So I've got just one of our backup modems is sitting there next to it. And it depends on which one comes online. And it just dumps all the data for the last couple months. Anyway, so I've shown the Model Y radar behind the shifter buttons. Oh, is that where they are on the new one? Okay, so just like Cybertruck, but aligned landscape instead of portrait. Interestingly enough, Tesla's added that it will be able to enable auto parking and park brake engagement. Great feature for when someone exits the vehicle in the past. We knew it would handle. That's not new. My Model S did that. I guess she took them both outside? No, because they wouldn't leave the door open with the AC running. Excuse me. It says it's raining. I don't see any rain. I don't see any rain at all for it to be raining as heavy as that icon shows. See what the comments say, because that was like the biggest nothing of an article on the safety feature from what I was able to comprehend. JC data to Tesla. How would you know that? Cybercab, yeah, it would be useful in a Cybercab. Tesla also enables the parking brake as soon as you unbuckle yourself or open the door already. Joey might not own a Tesla. It's not the first time we've seen somebody who writes about Tesla all the time that doesn't actually have one. A handful of times each year. According to Grok, your hand has 37 to 40 fingers. A tad more serious than a handful. I thought cameras were all that were needed. A human can do with vision alone. Yeah, but at the same time, he also didn't turn down HD radar at all. There's HD radar facing inward instead of outward. Let's continue on. Look at the rest of these stories real quick, because we went from early to late. And yes, it was her fault, but I indulged it. SpaceX touts Starlink as GPS alternative in the FCC PNT push. Now, I've talked about the Starlink locationing system in the past before. It works the same way conceptually as GPS works, but wasn't as resolute. But now that there are so many more satellites, it could be higher resolution than the GPS. Could be. Because GPS is also not geostationary. GPS is also, I wouldn't say LEO. I think it's MEO, medium Earth orbit. So as long as you know where the satellites are, you can apply a time adjustment, and that's how you position yourself. Starlinks are all LEO and very low LEO, and with a view of enough of them, you could do the same calculations. But why are they doing this? FCC push for who? Because even in their system, they would always say, something to the effect of use Starlink as GPS if available. They say it takes longer to get it fixed, this, that, and the other. It's been a minute since I was in that service menu. GPS is run through a single provider, the US, but then you've got Galileo and GLONASS, and the car can connect to a lot of these systems. I imagine the disk can actually connect to more because it's got a programmable radio. Let's see. Oh, and then whatever the Chinese system is called. What is the Chinese GPS called? The car connects to that as well. I saw it the other day in service mode when I was figuring out why it wouldn't accept a charge. The commission identifies specific actions to contribute the whole of government PNT system. What is government PNT? Look up the whole of government PNT. No results found. Search for it. Critical national PNT questions. The RNTF comments to the FCC. That still doesn't tell me what the heck. What is a PNT service? Safety is the U.S. Department of Transportation's. It clicked away. Go back. Where's that? They had a nice little. Oh, there it is. Safety is the U.S. government. The Department of Transportation's priority. PNT services must. What is it? Positioning, navigation, and timing. So GPS. You don't introduce an acronym like that that's not common and then not say what it is. Wasted valuable seconds, but now we know. Whole of government navigation and timing. Ripe low-hanging fruit, LEO satellite, low Earth orbit is LEO, and MEO is medium Earth orbit. By my own criticisms. High speed, low latency broadband, a unique mobile connectivity service. Yes, all that. Ongoing work to integrate PNT. So timing as well as not just positioning. SpaceX has been actively working to integrate. That didn't have any real conclusion. So basically, they've applied to be part of it. Oh, cancel. Apparently, I tried to close the wrong window and it saved me. That's a nice feature they added. I like that. Boring Company paves the way for Tesla robotaxi future. It could, but they haven't. Earlier this week, the Boring Company announced that it is continuously mined in a 0 people in tunnel configuration. Oh, wow. So the Boring Company, for the past week, has done FSD underground, digging under a city. So not FSD for the cabs inside the loop, but for Godot, the boring tunnel boring machine. 0 people in tunnel configuration. Tesla executive responded to TBC's latest milestone and explained how Elon Musk's tunneling company will create Tesla robotaxi future. Interesting. So, company shared videos of its 0 people in tunnel configuration and explained why this is a huge milestone. That is huge. Like when you look at a regular, like not only the fact that the boring tunnel's narrower diameter than everybody else's for transportation, they're not, obviously your sewer company and your telecommunication companies would have the smallest of tunnels. They're always full of people, and not just like union worker situation, but like full of people. And let's see, why is this a huge milestone? Same way that full rapid transit reusability is the holy grail for rockets. ZPIT continuous mining is the holy grail for boring machines. This is the safest, fastest, and least expensive architecture to build tunnels. Yeah. Tesla vehicles with human drivers are currently used in TBC tunnels, in the loop tunnels. Cybercab will significantly impact the functionality of TBC's tunnels, says VP of AI software. I explained how the Boring Company would help create Tesla's vision for robotaxis. We need this big time in the future. With autonomous, I clicked on it. You guys are still on the other screen. With autonomous, okay. So, okay, the video is there too. That's fine. So likely, autonomous vehicles will have affordable premium transport for everyone. This will likely increase the traffic due to the increased usage, even though each vehicle is much more efficiently utilized. Because everybody can just go when and where they want. I see what you're saying. For the first time, they continuously mined in there's either a jet or long thunder. Future is already here. This guy is using FSD in somebody else's tunnel. No, he's using FSD in a boring tunnel. Interesting. Yeah, it looks like he's using FSD in a boring tunnel. No, he's not. That's a boring tunnel operator. and this guy's just riding in the backseat. And the car is just screaming, "There's something nearby! There's something nearby!" Yes, tunnel walls. How do I get back out to this mode? Escape key. And I've just never seen it with that color arrangement before. It's like daylight with headlights and there's a little bit of shadow up top. Not the usual color fest they've got going on in there. The unicorn vomit. All right, so let's take a look at this. Hopefully there's no music. Oh, it took us there anyway, so we're going to move tabs. And we're going to make it loud. Let's turn this down. Okay. All right, so it's putting the walls in, ramming, and moving forward. That's nice. 0 people in tunnel continues. Fine. Oh no. That's not a just way they did. There's always planning to here. No noises. It's kind of like movies. Interesting. All right, so we'll shrink that back down. Read what they have to say for themselves rather than just from Tesla and from Teslarati. So people in tunnel. There's nobody in the machine besides the videographer, which is simultaneously advancing forward and erecting a ring, i.e. building the tunnel. Each full ring weighs 24,000 pounds. Good gracious. In the same way that full and rapid reusability is the holy grail for rockets, ZPIT continuous mining is the holy grail for boring machines. This is the safest, fastest, and least expensive architecture to build tunnels. And a bigger one. Again, turning it down to save your ears. Sorry about the pops. Off the wall. Looks like it's like a top. The mechanical top to lock it in. That's nice. Oh, it's kind of scary to be running on it. It's like creaking and running. Black in. And watch. Check the alignment, everything. All right. Picking up another piece. Put it in the next spot. All right. I can watch 15 minutes of that. Let's see. Any other boring company been able to achieve this? Good question. Companies like MMC Gamuda. Did I say that right? Have developed autonomous tunnel boring machines, ATBMs, with remote operation, reducing human presence inside. For example, their ATBM was used in the Klang Valley MRT project, allowing remote monitoring. However, the boring company's 0 people in tunnel achievement seems unique, as no other company explicitly claims continuous operation with no people inside, except for a videographer. I mean, they're not even really claiming the videographer. They're just disclaiming, isn't there a person already there? Yes, there was. Taking a video. Definitions of autonomous vary. So while others may have made the significant strides, the Boring Company's specific milestone may be a first. Yeah, because they didn't say remotely operated like the other people said. So that's something. Joe says, great to see progress as EPIT. I didn't mean to click it. I wanted to just give him a heart. Something you were experimenting with and that looks pretty well along. I think this capability is going to be the key to the future Earth and off-world tunneling. Yeah, that's another good point right there, is if they can do this on Earth without people, then the Mars tunnels and Moon tunnels will be more achievable. Can it go through diamonds and gold, etc.? No. The Boring Companies, TBM, like, oh, sorry, not Godot, sorry, excuse me. Not Godot, it was Proofrock that I was looking for. Like Proofrock can easily handle gold, a soft metal, the Mohs 2.5 to 3 scale, as it cuts through the harder rock. Diamonds, the Mohs 10, however, are too hard for standard TBMs. As they are used in the machine's cutters, they're not meant to be cut. Large diamond formations could damage the TBM. Yes. The small dispersed diamonds might be manageable. Yeah, if they fit in the collectors and not needed cutting through, you should be fine. Urban projects like the LVCC loop avoid such rare conditions, focusing on typical geology like sand and sedimentary rock. Fair enough, Grok. That is right. List the toughest materials on the Earth. This guy's having a blast with the machine. Toughest material on Earth depend on whether the toughness means hardness, strength, or fracture resistance. For tunneling, hardness is key. Diamond is the hardest natural material at Mohs 10, used in cutting tools. Brittle. Graphene, strongest by tensile strength, 130 gigapascals. Synthetic, hard to produce. Carbon nanotubes, high strength, up to 63 gigapascals. I think I'm reading that right, gigapascal. I don't want to click on it because it will. I can highlight it. Cool. That is not the right definition. The one that it gave me is an answer. Synthetic, not widely used. Yeah. Spider silk, the toughest biological material, strong and elastic, not practical. You're not going to encounter spider silk that far underground, I assure you. Not enough quantity for it to be a problem. Cubic boron nitride, the second hardest used in tunneling tools. High entropy alloys like CrCon, toughest by fracture resistance, synthetic. Diamond and cubic boron are vital for tunneling. Others face production challenges. Interesting. Thank you, questioner and Grok. That's enough of that. Let's move on to the next thing. Oh, that's where we were. Let's go here. Tesla Giga Berlin seems to be using the FSD unsupervised to move on Model Y units. I don't. This is not surprising at all. All the parking lots got upgraded paint. We saw it start in Fremont, move over to Texas. There's no reason not to expect this to show up at Berlin and Shanghai. Tesla may be doing something quite special in Giga Brandenburg complex based on observations from recent drone flyover of the site. It seems that Tesla may also be using FSD unsupervised to move freshly produced Model Ys to the factory staging area. New drone footage of the Berlin complex shows Tesla watcher Lind included several interesting updates around the Model Y factory. These include the new warehouse that is currently being built, a tunnel that is currently being constructed, and more interestingly, drone operator observed that some cars now seem to be moving Giga Berlin's distribution center area with no human drivers. Then there's a link right there. We'll take a look. Potential next steps. If Giga Berlin is now using FSD unsupervised to transport some Model Y units from the factory, to the site staging area, it might only be a matter of time before Tesla also implements a similar system to in Shanghai. Is there an echo in here? After all, the company's largest factory by volume also serves as a primary vehicle export hub. FSD unsupervised could pave the way for Giga Shanghai to operate in even more optimal manner. And I'll tell you what FSD unsupervised is. So let's take a look at this link and see if we can see what he said he saw. Let's go there. And share and mute it. Seems like some cars also go into the distribution center without human drivers. Do you have a zoom in on that for us? Oh, here we go. Nope, that's a repeat. I don't know. He didn't zoom in on it like the like Joe does for us. So
I saw a video clip that was pretty much directly related to this that
Yeah?
I thought was worth sharing.
What you got?
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. What did you say?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Uh-oh. Well, if Robert can hear him and me, then I'm not about to lose the connection.
I believe it was Autoline Daily that, or After Hours,
Mhm.
did a little clip. There was advanced robotics display, whatever you want to call it, in Detroit, a big one. And they showed, now, there was like only one walking robot. The focus is industrial robots. Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
right.
Did you see the one that programs itself using the very similar technology to Tesla's FSD?
I had not seen that. That's kind of cool. I need to take a couple of items off of the battery now. We're burning 1.24 kilowatts, pulling in 272 watts.
Can you hear me, Casey?
Yeah, I hear you. Do you hear me? Is it talking? Let me see. Pull out this tablet. Do you hear me, Robert? Oh, there's an update on this tablet. I'll deal with that in a minute. Let's go over to X real quick because this thing's trying to drop. And then we can't have that. Let's go to X.
Yeah, I didn't know if you could hear me or not.
Yeah, I hear you.
But the industrial robots, the one that was so impressive is the one that they showed a bunch of video clips in the part, and the robot makes the part.
That's pretty cool.
No teach pendant involved.
Nice. Huh. So it's not logging all of my speech. I don't know what's up with that. I don't need a keyboard for this. Fingerprint. Spaces. For anyone who hosts spaces on any occasion, if it gets wonky like this, it's best to just move it to another place and then move it back, because it's probably going to do some foolishness on you. So let's do, let me do a post. Yep, it says reconnect. Hello? Is this working now? It's not. So let's go here, here. Reconnect. Reconnect space. Skip. Unmute. All right, so you guys should hear me on the tablet, and I don't hear me on the phone. So what I'm going to do is close X on the phone, while it's here on the tablet, and then switch back to the phone. So let's do this. Open up X. I wonder if I can have two Bluetooths to the to this system. The other one can only handle one. If I can, I can. That makes this whole switchy switch thing a lot easier. All right. It says it's connected. Click done and done. And let's go out of X and back into X. Because I imagine it works the same on the tablet that it does on the phone. And it shows me talking. And let's get a sound check for Robert and Highlander. Uh-oh. All right, so it's still coming through down there for some reason. But it says I'm connected. So I don't know why it's not going through the Bluetooth. Unless, you know what I'm not doing? I'm not running the control software. Roadcaster. Maybe I need to turn up the Bluetooth connection or something. It's making a lot of the connect disconnect noises. That's not a good sound. So we want this one. We don't want the scene builder. We want the mixer. There we go. Move that over here where I can see it. Bluetooth is on. It only has one option for Bluetooth. Settings. Okay, so it's on the phone. That's why. So could I switch it to? It says they're both connected. Bluetooth to USB. Yeah, I don't want to change anything. I could USB the tablet to the sound system, but I think that's being too much. So let's go to my profile and we'll reconnect on the phone and unmute myself. And hopefully it's smart enough not to echo. It says it's doing it, but I don't see it doing the like waviness. I'm gonna mute myself on the tablet. Sound check for Kacey. All right, it's blinking now. Okay, so it's smart enough to know not to loop itself. I like that. Sound check for Highlander and Robert. Check, check. All right, so I'll take the keyboard off. And I'll put the kickstand out. It says reconnect over there. And this is joined. All right, it shows Highlander speaking, but I didn't hear him on either one.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I hear you on Bluetooth, and I saw you on
10 by 10.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so I'm just gonna leave them both up, and Bluetooth is working again. So we're just gonna pretend it's stable because it looks stable enough. All right, so Tesla offers interesting promo to future ride-hailing rivals drivers. So yep, like I said, Lyft gets $1,000 off for purchase, and they do one to Uber. They're doing to Uber a lot, so just Lyft, according to this one. Next up, we've got Rivian CEO RJ Scaringe shares more detailed images of the R2's Maximus drive unit. There we go. Look at that. It's compact. Looks well architected. Those are robotically turned. Let's see. Does it show? Can I click it? Click out. Click back. No, they don't have the zoomer effect. Posted these images above on X, of course. And I can zoom them there, so here we go. What happened? Okay, it worked, but it showed me instead of you guys. Yeah, those do look like robotically turned windings. Inverter. Yeah. Get it. RJ says, I love the packaging on Maximus, the drive unit for R2. It has a side-mounted inverter that utilizes the flat area at the end of the motor to minimize the length of the bus bars, keeping them light, and efficient. The large planar shape also allows all processing and power electronics to exist on a single printed circuit board. That's cool. The inverter chassis closes out the oil-cooled motor cavity and seamlessly routes coolant from the power modules to the drive unit's heat exchanger with no extra parts. Sounds like they've been talking to Sandy, huh? Overall, the inverter parts count is reduced by 41%. Good gracious. Relative to the Enduro and structural inverter, lid saves more parts and fasteners by also serving as the drive unit mount point. I love this design efficiency. Heart emoji. Let's see some painted R2s next, please. Do you work with Teardown Titan on this? Yeah, I was saying it sounded like Sandy. This guy's just sick. In a good way, sick. And let's see. Oh, wow, it just like moved us. The other article is just like gone. But oh well, that was the whole point, was to look at the motor. ARC, you were asking where ARC, no, you're asking where the commuter company was from, the commuter flight. ARC One and ARC Sport Electric Boats has announced that the ARC Coast, a center console boat with the capabilities of its predecessors, many of the capabilities of its predecessors, at a significantly lower price. As a reminder, ARC, a relatively new company founded in 2021 in Los Angeles, is targeting the boat market with high-powered electric boats. Its co-founders, Mitch Lee and Ryan Cook, are engineers who met while working at Boeing. The company has since grown to over 170 employees and boasts many of them are former SpaceX, Tesla, and Rivian workers. Well, like every other electric startup. Sales are going well. So it started with the ARC 1, 300,000, limited edition, 500 horsepower electric speedboat, with only 20 were made. ARC moved on to the Sport, a powerful wake boat made for the activities of which we drove and literally knocked us off our seats, starting at $268,000. It's also working on an electric tugboat for the Port of LA. And do we have a price on anyone? Introducing Coast. And we've lost the camera. And the camera came back. I can't wait to get that new docking station. This one is annoying. There we go. Our Coast Center console boat is, I'm looking for a dollar sign, give it to me. 24 feet, 226 kilowatt hours of battery, same as a Sport battery, which is good for 4 to 5 echoey thing going on again. 50 miles per hour or 43 knots. Hull material is still fiberglass. Seating is 10 people. There we go. Pricing is down $268,000 from $300,000 just in 2021. So we're making progress, but definitely not an everyman boat. Not yet. And let me see where the broadcasting video. And there's the fan going on. We talked about the K-van for Japan from BYD. K-car, 3.4 meters, up to 134 inches. I'll put that in perspective. The BYD's smallest EV currently, or no, the current smallest is the Seagull and is 148.8 inches. So it's still bigger than a K-car. Many vehicles are ideal in Japan because they're so small, making it easy to get around tight city streets and more affordable and efficient than larger vehicles. According to reports, BYD is developing a new platform for the model. Yeah, you would need a new platform because your smallest platform is too big, unless you just cut space out. But you still got to do crash safety and everything. You're going to need a new platform. It's going to include a 20 kilowatt hour battery, good for 180 kilometers or 112 miles WLTC range, using its in-house Blade LFP batteries. 20 kilowatt hours sounds small. It's let's see, 3.3. This my whole stack of batteries in the garage. In a much smaller form factor, actually, because they don't need as much separate packaging, and they probably have higher density than those guys. This will be cool. We'll watch this space. And I'm not as interested in the Harbinger because it's an EREV, but I am interested that Harbinger is still out there, which is good to see. The 500 miles is also kind of cool to see because, again, you got your commercial driving situation to look at there. Medium duty vehicles, you've heard this all before. This one I like right here, the one that they, the Thor hybrid concept. I think Harbinger made that for them. And I'd be fine with a hybrid there too, as long as it's an EREV. You run electricity till you run out and then run on diesel. Sounds familiar because it is. The medium duty chassis was first shown last year, making its debut under a Thor Class A motorhome concept that we covered in September. That vehicle promised the same great EREV range and capability to a market that values independence and spontaneity more than most. It's true. And bringing those to a medium-duty commercial market that's lapping up messy middle propaganda from Shell and AFCE is just smart business. Okay, let's see what the comments are. Not sure what the pure battery range is, but let's say it's around 150. 150 would be perfect. People generally don't drive as far as they imagine, yeah. And I'm thinking about customers will find they never use the range extender, or like me with the volts, and just use the range extender enough to annoy you. While like I would be coming into the neighborhood, the range extender would turn on. I'd hit the driveway and turn off the car, and the range extender would turn off. I'd waste 3 tablespoons of gas. Premium gas. At 174 kilowatt hours, one presumes they might well be closer to 200 miles. I prefer pure electric plays, but this might entice some folks who haven't figured it out yet. That's what the Volt did for thousands of us, tens of thousands of us. EREV is perfect for an app like medium duty size motorhome. Yep. Yeah. Wouldn't be too surprised if FedEx, UPS, Postal Service start buying these. Yeah. They can get away with a shorter range, that's for sure. Post Office recently took delivery of its 7,000th electric fan and just ordered another 1,800. Cool. Although somebody just sold off all their chargers. I don't know how well that's going to work out. But at the same time, I don't know that the post office actually goes through the same agency for purchasing and maintenance and such. They might not. BYD ride electrifies Oakland International Airport shuttle fleets. There you go, build your dreams. Nice transit bus at the airport. The K9MD buses seat up to 42 passengers, have 208 miles operating range from a 352 kilowatt hour lithium iron phosphate battery, backed by a 12-year warranty to help keep the facility fiscally conservative. Fleet buyers at ease and help smooth, quiet electric drive, helps keep the fleet's operators happy too. Yeah. Electric's take is the people who live and work near the airports are exposed to more emissions than most, and that includes kids, the elderly, and even pets. Electrifying the assets that operate in those spaces pays huge and immediate dividends in terms of public health and some of the most vulnerable populations. It's a good place as any to start. Let's go. Indeed. And yeah, when you think about it, the places near the airport will be the cheaper real estate. So Let's do some of that. Lynn Fox adds 30 fully electric semi-trucks to Australian logistics fleet. Good on them. It doesn't say who they used. They used 30 new Volvo FH and FM electric semi-trucks as the Swedish brand works to begin production at the Brisbane facility. Good on you. I never did turn off the extra kilowatts. Let me do that as I hurtle towards my 80%. Fridge, microwave, auto. Furnace and water heater, auto. The owner suites, auto. There we go. Now we're just burning the power here in the office. To give us longer runtime. We could run for 25 hours, but we're not going to because I'm going to stop at 80. Pulling in 425 watts of solar, and 300 to 400 watts of battery to give us 820 watts for the lights and everything going on in the room with the servers and the show. Where's my mouse? Over there. 30 Volvo trucks. Any specs on these trucks? 29 trucks. So I guess I already had one to get 30. Electric says, now counting miles in operation in tens of millions and rolling out a third generation of electric semi-trucks, Volvo and by extension Mack and Renault continue to build a huge lead in commercial trucking space. The competition, meanwhile, seems content to post pictures of its first factory, while the trucks that have been on order for years haven't reached customers. I can't see why they can't. I can't see how they can catch up from here. Well, volume. And yeah, those were digs at Tesla. However, how about the other competition? Where is the rest of the competition? Electric. Now is not the time to be pointing the fingers at Tesla when they say they're going to do it this year, next year. We'll see. Where's everybody else who was supposed to beat them to the punch? I'm not seeing anybody but Volvo and a handful of others. Where's the volume? Where's the production? We need to make this happen. It will be good to see more of these on the road, especially on the two-lane carriageways where the ice trucks seem to overtake each other with the passing speed of 1 mile per hour. Yes, it's so annoying. I've seen electric Volvos pull full loads up slopes without even slowing one bit. Yes, the power of electric for you, which is good for them and all the rest of us queuing behind them. Germany likes there. I want to see the reply. Same in the USA. Absolutely. Am I signed in? Nope. Great job, Volvo. I hope they sell these everywhere. I would think that most companies would love to have the benefit of electric trucks in their fleets. Yes. And now we get to the Cybertruck. Tesla starts accepting Cybertruck trade-ins, confirms insane depreciation. So time for another short story. Of course, my initial story for the day was not short at all. Carvana sent me an unsolicited offer of $21,000 for the 2018 Tesla Model X P100D. And then said they think I owe $86,000 on it. I don't, but that's a bold offer for if you think I owe that much on it. And let's see what they're doing to Cybertruck owners. Tesla has started accepting Cybertrucks as trade-ins, which they previously did not do. Something that wasn't the case more than a year after deliveries of the electric pickup truck had started. We're starting to see why Tesla doesn't accept its own vehicle as a trade-in. The depreciation is insane. Well, if that's the case, I can get a used Cybertruck from Tesla for pennies on the dollar, right? Cybertruck has been a commercial flop, late 2023. Boasts over 1 million reservations, inventory sitting unsold, refused to accept its own vehicles as a trade-in. They didn't share an explanation at the time, but we assume the automaker knew the depreciation was incredible and didn't want to be stuck with more trucks as it was already having to deal with. Now, Tesla has started taking Cybertruck trade-ins for at least for the Foundation series, and it is now providing estimates to Cybertruck owners. This came from Cybertruck Owners Club. Your trade-in estimate: trade-in vehicle 2024 Cybertruck all-wheel drive, odometer just 6211, fin that fin. Trade-in estimate 65.4. Ooh. So brand new 2024 Cybertruck all-wheel drive Foundation for 100,000. Now with only 6,000 miles on the odometer, Tesla's offering 65.4 for it. So that's a 34.6% depreciation in just a year. I'd take that entry price over a new one. Pickup trucks generally lose about 20% of their value after a year and 34% after about 3 to 4 years. It's also worth noting that Tesla's online trade-in estimates are often higher than the final offer, as noted in the footnote of the screenshot above. Oh, wow. Yeah, usually most of them don't look for reasons to significantly slash that, but it sounds like that's the thing to do. Your trade-in estimate is based on current market conditions and vehicle details. The estimate is not guaranteed and may differ from your final offer. Typically, I would just take that as a don't wait on this. This is good for like 36 hours sort of deal, or a week, 2 weeks. I don't remember how long they're good for. It tells you on the email usually. I guess this is not that. Electric's take. This is already extremely high depreciation, but Tesla is actually trying to save face with estimates like this one. As Tesla wouldn't even accept Cybertruck trade-ins, used car dealers also slowed down their purchases as they didn't want to be caught with the trucks sitting on their lots for too long. On CarGurus, the Cybertruck's depreciation is actually closer to 45% after a year, and that's more representative of the offers owners should expect from their dealers. It's entirely Tesla's fault. The company created no scarcity with the Foundation series. They built as many as possible, or as many as people wanted. In fact, they built too many and ended up having to buff out the Foundation series badges on some units to sell them as regular Cybertrucks. And as of last month, they still had some Foundation series in inventory, meaning that they have been sitting around for up to 6 months. And now Tesla is stuck with thousands of Cybertrucks. Owners already. Oh, the screen's flashing and stuff again. There we go. Oh boy. At least the cameras come back most of those times. I don't see the camera back now, though. So I am going to unplug the camera and plug it back in. Now that I know which one it is. It's the one with the ridge on the back. Oh, wow. This thing is hot. And we've got a new camera still. While we do have a iPad screen, it's facing it wrong. And there's our fans. All right, iPad. Oh, no, not mirror like that. I want mirror image. Display mode. I mess with the brightness. Do it. No, it's not. I turn it off and then hit OK. And then turn it back on after it flips around. And are we good? So far, it looks all right. Yep, everything went back where it belongs. And I can read it again. However, we still don't have a camera. Is it because I need to pick the camera again? Stop video. Looks like your camera is locked by another application. It does seem that way, doesn't it? Quick Pro Cam. That's not the MacBook Pro camera. Peekaboo, I see you. And it still thinks that's in use. So let's go to the correct camera and see what it does. No camera again. Interesting. No lights at all. Ah, we have a camera with lights. Look at that. Okay, so let's continue. Oh yeah, so we were talking about Cybertruck. And here's the comment. Let's go about this. It's really interesting. One new comment since we started reading. Ouch. That isn't a practical vehicle. I almost feel embarrassed for the driver. So much for talking Teslas becoming appreciating assets. They never have been. Although they were supposed to be, according to one guy who says stuff. This guy thinks that's good. To 2024 balance sheet, but how much? Who knows? Might be optimistic. These running commentaries with a bit of amusement. In reality, I believe plenty of folks on this forum actually want a Cybertruck, including myself, as it would be a great vehicle to run people to and from the airport with my private transportation business. So the strategy is to berate an inanimate object so much that it drops in value to the point that real people can afford it. I think that tactic is actually working. Keep it up. You helping me and everybody else not living in their parents' basement to buy. Me, I said I'd be interested in the used one, and that's a much lower start price at 60 than over 100. So obviously no news about that, but geez. Interesting. So let's go ahead and close this microgrid itself. There it goes. We're still running at a suboptimal frame rate, but that's fine. Today, I want to thank you for our channel members and your financial contributions. I want to thank everybody who has taken time out of their day on a Sunday to listen to us. And hopefully next week I'll have some stories in the notebook, results to what happened with the power on the X in a shorter form. And then we'll catch you on the Tesla Life Show Express on Monday, and on Wednesday we'll catch you live. And we'll catch you back here, same time, same place next week. I think that's probably prudent to do the 120 and then just still shoot for the 110 and see what happens. But what you need to be aware of is that I might be early some days. And then we'll see what computer equipment and daughters and life in general do about trying to get there for 110. Today it was X Spaces. Last week It was what? Video? Audio? I don't remember. And the week before that was definitely audio. And then we started rolling without audio anyway. So, fun times. So anyway, I'm going to roll the outro credits for the video. We'll run the space for a little bit longer, and then I will go see why it's so quiet in there. It's too quiet. Here we go. Catch you on the flip side.